The boy's heart was beating wildly as he finally gathered the courage to confess his feelings. Tension hung in the air, as if before a storm. Olivia thought about his words. She knew she didn't like the guy, but she wanted to preserve the dignity of both of them. To avoid hurting him, she began to list his virtues. Her voice was restrained, but her gaze spoke of indifference. There was a strange silence between them, as if neither of them had anything to say. The moment stretched on like an eternity and became uncomfortable. Steve saw his friend, and his eyes flashed with resentment. He could barely hold back tears, and his heart was squeezed with pain and misunderstanding. The friend tried to support Steve, but his sincere desire to console only caused bitter laughter. Training sounded like a banal excuse. Suddenly the ball flew away from the boys, as if it could be worse. Steve felt offended because of his appearance, because a flabby guy is rarely liked. Steve felt bad about his appearance. He doubted that anyone would be able to accept him as he was. The friend started listing things, that the guy plays sports, counts calories, as if this could change everything and make him better. Steve visited the hospital several times and underwent hundreds of tests, but the doctors unanimously stated that the cause was genetic and nothing could be changed. But the interesting fact was that the boy's parents were thin, and his father was even a sports prize winner, which raised even more doubts. The diet didn't help the guy. He counted calories in vain for years, trying to get rid of extra pounds. Steve simply decided to eat away the problem. Dopamine from food was the best companion in difficult moments. And yet he went out for an evening jog. After all, habits, even the most difficult ones, cannot be easily changed. In memory, for motivation, the image of Olivia was something he had to prove to himself and to her that he was worthy of being in her heart. He broke his own running record and noticed a strange place he had never seen before. But then the silence was broken by the old man's voice, unexpectedly and mysteriously, as if the world had begun to change. He decided to go down to Steve. Although the height was about 6 meters, the old man landed easily and without error. The elder began a dialogue about how he is responsible for the monsters and constantly monitors their world. They began to move to an unknown place. The old man wanted to show the guy something important and unseen before. And then the area changed. The beautiful streets suddenly became dark with bright crimson hues. They moved into a world of monsters, dark and mysterious, where everything lives by its own laws. Once feared and worshipped as idols by their people, the monsters are now just ghosts of the past. Once every 666 years, a grand festival takes place in the monster world, a unique event to determine a new king. Steve learned that he had inherited goblin blood from both the monster and human worlds, and fate had linked him to both worlds. The boy couldn't believe this information. How could he be a 4th or 5th generation goblin? It seemed impossible. But to test his abilities, he had to undergo a dangerous test, a trial that would change everything. The stipulation was terrifying. If the goblin won, he would have the right to eat Steve, which added to the fear and tension. The monster began to attack the guy. Painful blows threw him in different directions, forcing him to fight for his life. So to survive, Steve must prove his worth. Despite his goblin blood, he didn't want to be easy prey. The guy turned out to be a strong opponent. The goblin thought he was an easy victim, but he was wrong. The fight continued with bursts of attacks and surges of power, neither one willing to give in. But Steve was transformed, ignited with extraordinary energy and fury burning in his eyes. Streams of unknown power opened up within him. The goblin was already in his hands, and this was the beginning of a new life. Steve awakened. Becoming half goblin, he gained powers he had never experienced before. When Steve opened his eyes, the world no longer seemed the same. The air seemed to tremble from the presence of creatures whose bodies violated the usual geometry of reality. They didn't speak, they just looked. And in that look one could read an assessment, a weighing, a judgment. Steve wasn't used to his own breathing yet. It was deeper, slower, like the rhythm of a predator waiting for the moment to pounce. His body changed, his muscles, his reactions, even his vision became sharper, faster, stronger. But along with the new strength came fear, not for myself, but for those who remain there in the human world, which is now forbidden. In the center of the arena stood the one everyone called the judge. His gaze weighed more than his sword, and his words left scars. And when he pronounced the sentence, the air seemed to tighten with a rope. Steve was no longer human. He became a monster. Officially, unconditionally, irreversibly. No one objected. No one spoke up. And that was the worst thing. For acceptance meant one thing. He had become part of their world. His name was added to the list of those who should not be touched without reason. Monsters. But protection is not freedom. Everyone knew the law. If you fail to completely hide your essence, the path to people will be closed for 500 years. This world did not forgive weakness, and, at the same time, gave him a chance. The festival happens once every 666 years. At it, a new king of monsters is chosen. And with the king comes a new law. There are 6 months left until the next election. 6 months to not break down or burn. Another one was assigned to the test along with him. A girl with eyes like the frosty wind, bringing silence before the storm. Her name was Celine, and there was a hardening in her bearing that training, only experience, could not give. She was not happy with this mission, did not seek acquaintances, and was not drawn to communication. But her goal was the same as his, a return to the world that had once been home. They were given a month, just one. Learn, harness the power, and to show that even a monster can survive among people without revealing itself. This was not a training session. It was a suspended sentence. And deep down, Steve knew that if he failed, there would be no second chance. Many scenes flashed before his eyes. Now he must adapt to a rapidly changing world. Steve learned that there are only 2 types of magic, acquired and unique, each with its own powers and secrets. The Orcish Nash is an ancient force in the blood that does not learn, but is awakened only by rage, like the breath of life itself. And anyone could master the acquired power. All it took was a little training and persistence in studying. And then Celine began teaching the boy, opening up new horizons and secrets of magic to him. She emphasized that the guy could appear, because 5 minutes ago he was an ordinary person, not a goblin. Celine was sure that the guy would fail, but it was better to try than to leave everything to the mercy of fate, even with a minimal chance of success. She offered Steve a good meal, because the goblin magic required a lot of energy, which in this world was most easily obtained through food. The boy's hands began to pulse with a purple light, a sign that his body was exhausted and his internal energy was almost completely depleted. After all, he had spent all his strength fighting the monster. The explosion of magic almost burned him from the inside, leaving only devastation. And then Celine revealed the terrible truth. The life of the loser belongs to the winner. Such is the long-standing tradition of monsters and magic. To replenish your strength, you need to eat your opponent, not figuratively, but literally, as is customary in the world of goblin cruelty. And then Steve went forward. His eyes spoke for themselves. In his imagination, he was already savoring the flesh of the wounded enemy. He felt like a king over his prey, a hunter who only needed to press to stop his prey from moving. But Steve had his sights set on a bigger opponent, a real challenge worthy of the goblin's thirst for more. But Celine didn't let him do that. Her magic chains shot forward and tied the guy up before he could even lunge. But the boy began to tear these bonds. With a wave of his hand, he tore the metal spells as if they were made of threads. Then the girl cut her finger. Her blood began to shine, increasing her fighting power, and her fist lit up with red magic. In doing so, she intensified the blow, directing it straight at Steve to knock his vanity out of him and teach him respect. She then used the power of her palm and flared up, exploding into a new wave of energy that flew straight at the guy. She didn't like that he saw her as prey, so she didn't hold back and didn't think about whether he would survive after all this. Steve was gifted with a unique magic, one that appeared once in a generation and did not obey the usual rules. He could become a symbol of the goblin race, a guide, a legend, someone who can change the order of forces in this world. Steve was powerful, For a half-goblin and half-human, his strength frightened even those who thought themselves invincible. Celine was a very talented and unique monster. She won 9 tails before she was 100 years old in the demon fox family, which happened very rarely. She knew Steve's power was too great, especially the goblin stick attack, which caused anxiety mixed with a sense of real danger. Celine felt a tension inside her, because Steve was using the same stick's transformation, and his magic was vibrating in an unpredictable wave. Blow after blow, the guy was more and more surprising. His physical strength grew, and each movement became more confident and precise. So Celine decided to show all the strength and power that she had accumulated over the years, because this was the only way she could contain this uncontrollable element. Streams of energy fluttered between them, the battlefield erupting with lightning bolts that tore through the air with loud pulses. The blows were powerful. Each one of them flew apart like a thunderclap, causing the ground to tremble underfoot. Celine's strength was not as strong as Steve's, so she began to think of a new way to win, relying not on strength, but on intelligence. But the guy's strength was astonishing. It was as if he had no limits, and with each passing second, his fighting energy became more and more difficult to control. In his hands was a weapon that changed shape. It obeyed only the will of the owner and responded instantly to every emotion. And then Celine realized that she could not control the enemy's attacks. He acted instinctively, giving no chance to predict the next move. Then a plan matured in my head, to use the ancient deception of the Demon King, which only worked once in a lifetime. The battlefield sparkled with explosions of energy. The color of the sky changed. Space was torn apart, creating the illusion of another dimension. He was a half-breed, half-human, half-goblin, who had awakened with powers beyond his wildest dreams. Celine was worried that his magic had reached a critical limit, and if it was a little longer, Steve's body would not withstand it and would burst from the inside. So she became a worthy rival to him, not out of compassion, but out of respect for the power that could change the rules of this world. Using the great Demon King's deception attack, she was confident that victory would now be hers. The attacks were indeed very powerful. They erased the space between them. Each explosion stifled the breath and broke the ground. But disaster struck. Steve's body ran out of strength because he didn't stop in time when his muscles no longer obeyed. All the boy felt was a burning pain piercing him from the inside, as if his body was falling apart. But Celine breathed some of her power into him. She couldn't let him die, even if it went against her instincts. He woke up in bewilderment, a white ceiling above his head, soft light and silence that had nothing in common with the battlefield. Celine was walking towards him, holding a cup of a fragrant, warm drink in her hands, with a smile on her face. Steve was happy to see her. For the first time in a long time, he felt peace and gratitude that she was there. He remembered everything that had happened on the battlefield, and he was overcome with unbearable shame. It seemed that he had lost control of himself like a wild beast. But Steve emphasized that his body did not obey him. Everything was as if in a fog. The magic had exceeded its limit, and he was no longer in control of his actions. He began to drink the medicine that the girl brought, hoping that his potion would mend the internal ruptures and heal the wounds. It was so disgusting that it was impossible to swallow it. Bitter, slippery, with the aroma of something long dead. Then Celine began to tell that the guy was wasting his time because while they were fighting, that goblin ran away, knowing that defeat awaited him. She said that a goblin was the perfect meal for a half-breed to restore energy, and that there was no other way yet. Steve was ready to destroy monsters for the sake of humanity, and even feed on them if the laws of the dimension required it. Eating monsters is the only way to restore energy, but it is only allowed in a fair fight, when both opponents have given their consent. Celine emphasized that there would be no easy prey in the future. After all, the monsters found out that he was a goblin who owned a Sarima. Therefore, the stronger ones will start coming to Steve, those who are not afraid of death and want to test his real strength. Celine led him further to present him with a gift. In her hands was a monster with darkened eyes, bound in chains. It was technically a monster, But it lost that right when it crossed the line, so it became a so-called beast, or more precisely, a yeast eater. Steve rushed at him with all his might, wanting to test himself and his endurance in his first real sparring match. The beast was smart, although he was deprived of his title. He came from a line of fire dogs, a powerful line, but was cast out for the crime of devouring other monsters, breaking all laws. The beast attacked Steve like crazy, and strangely, the guy did not use any magic in response, only dodged and endured. In this fight, the enemy clearly had the trump cards. Steve had not yet fully revealed his power, holding back the instinct of awakening. However, it was necessary to awaken the true power, and this is only possible when the body and mind reach the limit of death. And then Steve found himself in another dimension, a human one, in boxing gloves, in a familiar ring under bright lights. There was only one thing in the guy's head: how to lose excess weight, how to get rid of the weakness that had oppressed him since childhood. After which, he began to attack the monster again, like a punching bag, with explosions of force and precision in each blow. On the battlefield, he demonstrated his skills, because at school he played 16 sports and knew how to hit effectively. So the opponent had no chance. Steve turned into a machine of anger, smashing everything in his path. The guy poured out all his hatred on the monster, and it could not withstand this onslaught, losing the strength to fight. Steve had won the fight, and now the prey was ready, silent and powerless, waiting to be eaten. Celine was shocked by the guy's strength. After all, he fought with a technique that had nothing in common with the goblins. It was closer to human combat, precise and fast. The guy's potential was much higher than she thought. His body acted instinctively, as if it had already been through similar sparring. But the beast didn't think for long. He rose from the knockout and rushed into the attack again, his eyes blazing with madness, and his body moving with the thirst to fight. He attacked so unexpectedly that Steve didn't have time to react. He was knocked off his feet and rolled on the ground, raising dust and blood. The beast had wounded him very badly. His shoulder was torn, the wound was pulsating, and his body was beginning to lose sensitivity. People were afraid of injuries. In their minds, damage meant mutilation, and in this world, it meant a chance of death or worse. The beast attacked with lightning speed. The battlefield flared up like a thunderstorm from within. Its strength grew with every movement. But Steve was very resilient. Even when he was barely holding on, he got up again and again, gritting his teeth in pain and not taking his eyes off the enemy. Neither his wounds nor the level of his opponent stopped him. A new fire burned within him that did not allow him to fall. He attacked, his hands going numb with pain, but each blow was more accurate, and the enemy began to lose his balance. The opponent was defeated. Although he remained alive, he could no longer stand. His body would take a long time to recover. Celine began to discuss the duel with Steve. She was surprised. He did not understand what kind of magic he had used. She explained that using magic restored strength. His body was telling him how to channel the energy. The sparring was for Steve to learn how to use the flows of force. He still lacked experience, but the sensations were already awakening. But the fight must be finished, and the beast destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a loss of momentum as well as a chance to consolidate experience. The weak spot of the humanoid monsters was above the navel. This is where the final blow with a magical explosion had to be aimed. He gathered his courage, gathered all his energy into his palm, flared up, and struck right on target. The cry of a beast pierced the air. Steve opened his clenched hand, and there pulsated a pearl of energy, the enemy's magical core that belonged to him. But before he could come to his senses, a crow sat on him. Its dark feathers fluttered, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence. It was Mia, Selena's friend. She appeared out of nowhere, smiling pleasantly. She came instead of grandfather Babai, because it was she who was entrusted with handing the winner the first choice in the new world. Mia admired Steve's strength and potential. For an ordinary guy, he showed results worthy of a monster champion. She announced a reward. He had a choice: go home or stay here and become a stronger monster. John began to worry about his friend Steve. He didn't come to school, didn't get in touch. Luna was missing, and that was already alarming. The guy hadn't been home for a month, and that was alarming. Steve suggested that John tell his mother that he was going to the combat training center. It was the only plausible excuse. The guy had no right to divulge about another dimension. For this, the world of monsters could erase him from reality. And then Steve thought about returning to the world of people. The way back was closed without a test. And the test here is an almost deadly game. But he decided to learn the skills of monsters and not rush with the choice. The power has not yet fully awakened. He needs time. It would be right if he strengthened the power of the monsters within himself, because the last fight showed that he was still weak in many aspects. As it turned out, there was no reward. It was just a test of his spiritual essence. His choice was supposed to show his true nature, and then they went to have the girl reveal certain limits of this dimension. Steve felt that the boundaries were not where they gave up. Mia was a monster who could move between two worlds, and only once a year, and only in an altered form, almost unrecognizable. Once a year, she could take a monster that failed to cope into the world of people. Her role was both a mediator and a judge. Having thanked her for the phone, Steve decided to return the favor. He invited Mia to dinner in the human world, although he was still in shock from her. And the guy set a gorgeous table. Everything that could be found in the refrigerator looked like a real feast. They started a conversation, and it turned out that Mia also attended school, and she was very close by. Steve was stunned, and then Mia presented the reward, a scroll of the monster's inventory. It worked as a magical messenger between the creatures of this dimension, after which Steve received a box. It glowed from the inside. Its internal space changed depending on the owner's desire. Opening it, he saw coins, inventory, ancient treasures. And this is rare generosity. Usually, they reward only with gold. Usually when they adopt trembling, only coppers are given. But this time, even Grandfather Babai admitted, the guy has a great future. After all, the festival is coming soon, the most important event for the world of monsters. It was necessary to choose a new king from among the strongest. Steve couldn't believe the words. Just yesterday, he was a schoolboy skipping physics. And today, a candidate for the crown of monsters. It would be nice if Steve became king. Then he could keep law and peace in this dimension for another 600 years. Then their conversation was interrupted by a ringing sound. Alarming, drawn out. Everyone fell silent. Tension hung in the air. This meant that the monster had injured a human. This had not happened for a long time. This was a violation of the balance between the worlds. But it was, unfortunately, true and shocking. The situation now threatened catastrophe for both dimensions. Darkness fell over the city like an executioner's hood. The air grew thicker. The sky was silent. Steve sensed something was changing. The unknown was approaching. My fingers touched the bundle Mia had left behind. Something pulsed inside, like a heart waiting for a command. Warm, alive, alien. He thought, insert an arm? Just wear it? Or maybe it's a power-awakening armor? Questions swarmed like evil spirits in his head. Intuition whispered, this is not a simple matter. His blood responded to the touch, as if it recognized its own. Goblin's dot. Time passed. Half the day had already passed. 6 hours behind. The count was clear. They arrived at 4. They were supposed to be back at 10. His thoughts mingled with the warmth of her voice. She had asked him to address her informally. Friends. Just Mia. But there were too many names. The room was silent. The clock showed 10. The heart was beating louder than everything around. Something was wrong. Too quiet. His gaze fell on the photo of his father. Old, faded, like memories. Maybe that was where the goblin blood came from. It all meant something. Grandfather's words came back to him. Steve wasn't just a man. He was mixed blood. 4th generation, maybe. A curse. Maybe. Father knew the truth, and he kept silent. It was not a secret. It was a burden. Now he himself faced a choice, to accept the power or to reject it. There was a scream behind the door. Alien. Sudden. The monster burst out of the shadows and gnawed at the man's energy like a leech that never got enough. Mia was there, in the center of the chaos, tired but stubborn, her movements precise, angry. She caught the monster, exhausted but not retreating. The pace of the battle was wearing her down. She had no time to rest, but it didn't matter. Not now. There were no victims to be left. The monster sneered. He didn't care. Pain is just a ghost to people, but not to Mia. Her malice is a ball that never misses. There was a wounded man lying on the floor. His body was convulsing, but Mia had already stopped the bleeding. Her ointment had calmed the wound, but not the terror in his heart. There was determination in her eyes. Blow after blow, she would not let this thing win. She was a wall, sharp, alive. Her reputation was ruined, but she knew someone would be on her side. James, the elder, the eccentric, the kindred spirit. He showed up on time. Mia was joking, but she was on the edge. Words are a defense against fear, and at the same time, a challenge for those around her. James responded with irony. Not malice. It was their style, to laugh when death was all around. And then, back to the fight. Mia knew James had hypnosis, complicated magic, uninnate, complicated. She had once tried to learn it, in vain. They've caught 24 monsters already, and not one of them was normal. All of them were yeast swallowers, controlled by someone's dark hand. The truth was cruel. When goblins ate people, it was not for cruelty, but for strength. Human flesh is the key to growth. The world was silent about it, forgotten, erased. But the truth is alive, and if it came out, the balance would be broken forever. The festival was approaching. Everyone wanted power. Monsters took risks. People were afraid. And someone killed. Coldly. Systematically. Mia helped Grandpa Babai, and she knew many had already gone mad. Power eats up freedom when it is ruled by fear. James despised weakness, especially those who hid behind servants because they were afraid to come out of the shadows themselves. They were the first to be destroyed. Steve stopped. Something flashed in the darkness. A face, expressionless, alien. Too many faces, too little protection. And Steve was defenseless. The shadow attacked. The answer was lightning. Energy shot from his fingers like swords. The air was ablaze. His heart was beating wildly, but he held on. He felt it, like the breath of goblin blood. A fire that could not be extinguished. A gift he had not asked for, but which was now his. And let him not be taken by the same attack twice. He learned, quickly, painfully, and today he will not fall. The shadows were already fading on the street. The city was breathing darkness. Steve stood there, confused, as if lost in a broken dream. Reflex made him throw the enemy. He just pushed him away to survive. And, surprisingly, he didn't hit anyone. Darkness had already swallowed the city. A strange hole was blackening in the asphalt, from which something was moving. Fingers wrapped around Steve's neck. Then a tail. His breath caught. His whole body shook. The stranger scoffed, as if he saw him only as a pathetic student and not as a potential threat. Called him a goblin, not living up to the rumors. The squeeze became unbearable. Steve struggled, but in vain. Convulsions ran through his body. The boy lost consciousness, sliding along the ground like a broken mechanism. The attacker didn't care about life around him. Maybe the rent would go down. But his real goal was something else. Attention. The real threat was in the eyes. Steve felt it. The man was stronger than he seemed at first glance. He was offered death without a fight, just to let himself be eaten. As a victim, as a faceless nothing. The monster showed an old photo, young Steve next to his mother. His heart sank. Anger flared. A stream of power burst out of him. Cerium flashed in the air. The criminal took a step back in surprise. The criminal himself admitted that he had overdone it. But it was too late. The scene had turned into a battlefield. His magic was unique, blasphemous, forbidden. But Steve didn't care about that anymore. Steve's brain was frantically searching for a chance, a fragile crack, even the smallest one. He didn't know how to activate the thing on his hand. But there was no time. The danger was in front of him. Shape again, became bigger, more scary, promised to remember him until the next life. Steve remained conscious. One move, and he did it. He tensed his muscles, challenged fate. The snake attacked. Steve's fist flared like dawn in the darkness. The powerful blow threw the enemy back. He hissed, but did not stop. His power grew. The antidote no longer worked. Poison pulsed through Steve's veins. Pain ate away at his body. But he held on. For his mother. For revenge. The snake's eyes settled on his blade. It glowed and thundered. The voice of the storm ancestor, the Lord of the Skies, hovered above it. It was only night, but thunder walked next to him. Along with revenge, along with hope, someone else came. A masked man. Her magic pulsed like the heart of a deity. The monster hesitated. Run? If he stays, he might die. There will be no more chances. The monster's hand was bleeding. His heart was constricting. Now even he understood. This was the end. Once no name, divine class body. But now just a victim of great forces. The snake did not pull anymore. It attacked. But the stranger was already waiting. His hands glowed like swords of light. The masked man watched in silence. The smile disappeared. He saw. This creature was not from the world of the weak. Who is he? The eyes asked. Steve felt familiar. There was something in the mask's voice. Almost familiar. He took off his mask. Their gazes met, and time stopped. The past began to speak. History was just beginning. John didn't ask about the body. He just wanted to know how Steve had survived that poison. That terrifying force that couldn't be cured by conventional means. Steve was barely holding on. Every breath was like a sip through a blade. It wasn't just a wound, it was a disfigured ability. Alien, hellish, biting deep into his flesh. John quickly changed the subject. He remembered how the monster they killed had regeneration, which meant this story wasn't over yet. The creature's blood spread across the parking lot like a shadow of death. The tracks were a reminder. This was not a creature that disappeared peacefully. It brought fear with it. Steve was burning inside. It wasn't just his flesh that hurt. It was the truth. His friend of about 3 years was not quite human, but half-goblin. They remembered how they had mocked the minister for wanting to become the king of the moon. And now, against the backdrop of this absurdity, such a dream no longer seemed like nonsense. John's family fought the evil spirits. That's what kept him from going crazy. In a world where monsters really exist, it's easy to lose yourself. 6 months. He said it as simply as a sentence. That was how long it was, until the event that could erase the boundaries between worlds. The monsters were no longer hiding. They were open. Their goal was not just life. They were driven by thirst. They were consumed by the thirst for power. For monsters, people are fuel, food for growth. And for those who strive for the crown, sacrifice is necessary. Without it, he is not a king, but a shadow. The disappearances multiplied. Cities were swallowed by darkness. There was no evidence, only silence and devastation. Witnesses disappeared along with the screams. This was the first time that monsters acted not in secret, without masks, without shadows. And this could only mean one thing. A real war had begun. Light poured through the holes in the concrete. A trembling voice broke the silence. Mia. She was pleading. whispering something about forgiveness and hope. John reacted immediately. The sword rose like lightning. His instincts were sure there was a threat in front of him, and one more step, and she would be gone. He didn't stop her out of compassion, just out of principle. That's how a warrior operates. Monsters only understand strength, and John isn't one to doubt a second time. Mia remembered the exam. If Steve passed it, he would be able to stay among people. But for John, it was just a mask, empty, like a promise. Monsters do not change. They are the essence of hunger and death. Even in human form, they have only one thing left, the desire to cut and rule. John won't let him lose himself. Steve's world is here, and if he has to, he'll hold on to it by force, because he doesn't believe in second chances. But Mia saw deeper. Steve already belonged to another kingdom. His name was written into the monster registers, and there was no turning back. But John got ahead of her. The hand swept away, and the sword began to move. However, Steve lunged. Lightning, and the weapon flew to the side. Steve lifted the sword. The patterns pulsed, as if they were alive. The metal breathed. This blade was not simple. It remembered power and blood. His eyes changed. What looked out from there was no longer human. Another essence came alive in him. Ancient, wild, unrestrained. Steve remembered. He had already killed today. Someone who had been rejected. Maybe he had been saved. Or maybe he had just begun to transform. He didn't want to hurt people, but if absorbing monsters made him stronger, he would go that way. And he wouldn't stop. John tried to convince, but he himself felt that he had no more strength. He was only a shadow, a shaman, and Steve was a king who had already stepped over the edge. Then Steve spoke. He would be king of the monsters. It wasn't a right. It was a vow. A promise made in the face of eternity. John flinched, but he accepted it. If Steve betrayed himself, he would be the one to end it. And they both knew it. Steve agreed. If he ever became a beast, John had to stop him, even if it meant destroying everything between them. Mia finally spoke. She is capable. From now on, her path is with the king of monsters, and with the power that has only just begun to be born. Among the monsters there was a separate branch, those born from the spirit of the beast. They were called demon beasts, creatures born of primordial instincts. Their strength grew with their body. The further they went along this path, the deeper the beastly essence was revealed, both on the outside and in the soul itself. Over time, such creatures became ghostly beasts, their form blurred, the balance between man and beast lost in a whirlpool of power. There were those who went even further. They even renounced the original essence. They were called divine beasts, beyond understanding. Suddenly, one of them spoke from behind them, a young man with an icy gaze and an inner glow, as if from the depths of light. His name was James. His voice was firm, unmistakable. If Steve wanted the crown, he had to go through him. And there was no avoiding this fight. James said hello first. But as soon as Steve responded, something in the air changed. The atmosphere trembled, as if touched by an ancient power. Mia screamed, her cry like a warning from the other world, warning Steve not to crush the hand. There was alarm in her voice, a sense of impending doom. James spoke calmly, even playfully. But there was a threat in his words. He remembered the rule that had held him back in his sleep until now. The battlefield came alive. The ground burst into flames. The air thickened with heat. Magic flowed, and at its heart, two elements collided. James and Steve. The moon hung over the city, like a silent witness to the confrontation. And Steve, looking at the strength of his opponent, realized he was much stronger. The ground seemed to disappear from under his feet. But Steve did not fall. There was no fear in his heart, only stubbornness that kept him on the edge of the abyss. He asked the man directly if he really wanted to eat him. But all he got in return was calm sincerity. James had no intention of causing harm, but the danger lurked deeper. King of the Monsters was more than just a title. It was a balance, a burden, a promise from a time long gone dark. For a moment it seemed that they actually had something in common, but the thought disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, dissipating in the smoke of magical confrontation. The battlefield shook, as if it were breathing from below. The ground sank, sparks of power burst forth from the depths. This was not a failure. This was the beginning of a real battle. Neither took a step back. They fought despite their instincts, despite their fear. Two, a monster and a half goblin, who would not admit defeat in any form. Amidst the heat and roar of the elements, Steve suddenly saw something strange. A transparent blue stone was emerging from under the water, like the living heart of this dimension. His body reacted before his mind. He rushed forward, but the stone shattered into dozens of pieces. A swarm of crystals rose into the air. The debris flew towards James. It was as if the magic of the world itself had decided to strike along with Steve. However, James stood firm. His voice was unusually calm. There was interest in it. He acknowledged Steve's speed, but it wasn't just that. Steve did not act thoughtlessly. First he stopped. His gaze penetrated the enemy. Only after that, a dodge, a breakthrough, a precise dash to the target. It wasn't just a bruise. It was cold thinking in battle. That's how those who have suffered loss fight, and no longer allow themselves to make mistakes. James saw it. His eyes followed every movement. He sensed that Steve wasn't just fighting. He was learning, adapting, absorbing experience. It was scary. Not the strength, not the speed, but the ability to learn right there in the fire and dust. Steve became more dangerous with every move. Not bad, James thought. Too good for a newbie, in fact. His opponent was clearly no ordinary student. He was growing right before his eyes. And that meant only one thing. The real fight had just begun. And every new second would be deeper, tougher, more dangerous than the previous one. When the fight got going, it wasn't just Steve's strength that was most important, but his thrills. His real talent was his ability to learn. A static electric field pulsed through the body, starting from the abdomen, the source of energy that fueled movement and strength. Intuition told me that there was about 60% of energy left. It was known that a strong blow depletes about 10%, and each small one takes away 3%. James was amazed at the speed at which Steve mastered his new abilities. Admitting that he had underestimated his opponent, Steve realized that he had overcome the first phase of the tests, and he understood that this was only the beginning of the great battle for which he was preparing. James spoke of the festival. One chance, one event, and everything will change. If the new ruler breaks with tradition, the world will be shaken. Hundreds of years, and everything still held. But the thin thread is about to break. If the law is trampled, the bloodshed will not stop. Steve realized that the fight was not just for power. It was a duel for the future, for containing the chaos that slept in the hearts of monsters. Then James made an offer. Submit and become his hand. Together, they could save those she sought to protect. It sounded like a way out, like salvation. But Steve wasn't weak, and he certainly wasn't going to buy the future with someone else's victory. But the decision came. He agreed, not for the title, but to fight. His yes was cold and sober. James extended his hand, but as soon as their palms met, Steve sensed the lie. His intuition screamed, and he struck first. This was not a normal attack. It all happened in the blink of an eye. His eyes were cold, his movements precise. The blow was at 60% power, a clean break, a goblin style never seen before. Cerium, mountain coup. He struck without hesitation, with a clear mind and sober intent. The present moment is not about rage, it's about decision. For the first time, Steve wasn't acting on instinct. He chose to hit hard and to hit first. His body was covered with ants, from the powerful force awakening inside the monster. The restoration wasn't working yet, so James was in excruciating pain. He was shocked. Steve threw all his monstrous potential into one blow, and it hit the target, tearing apart the defense. James was a strong opponent, overly confident in himself, believing that he would be the one to win. But Steve was ready to fight on, revealing new facets of his strength in the merciless dance of battle. And James began to attack, taunting the guy, trying to knock the last drops of confidence out of him. But this was only a test from him. Mockingly, he wanted to assess the strength of the new king. James talked about his childhood, when he loved the world of monsters, but never understood their true nature. He added that he liked the human world better because there was always something to do, even on the darkest days. Steve talked about how he didn't want to get votes at the festival just like that, without any real merit. But to become a king, you must either have noble birth or incredible talents born in the struggle. Monster techniques are not just power, but a harsh legacy of ancestors, tempered by blood and centuries. They were passed down through generations as a cold, merciless gift, calling for struggle and cruelty. Those who mastered the manual became stronger than those who had only mastered the basic technique. Knowledge made the blows precise and the force controllable, turning chaos into mastery. Power ended up in the hands of those who were born with privileges and burning ambitions. Pressure is not a word, but a cold sentence that presses to death. As soon as talent appears, the family strangles with shouts and demands. She is no longer human, and the future king of monsters, in their eyes, is deprived of the right to choose. They don't ask her about her desire, they only demand strength. Those who can't withstand it break, and those who can withstand it become monsters. Therefore, in fact, one must obey the family. Otherwise, it will destroy everyone who decides to resist. Steve was different. He had an unbending will and a deep motive to take the royal throne. Then, from the depths of space, Mia appeared, quickly attacking James, dissolving into thin air like a feather. She used the monster feather technique, which made her elusive in battle. She went on to explain that James was merely a counterfeit of her brother's true nature. For, as the legend claimed, the black turtle was born from a snake and a turtle, merging into one. But in reality, she was just a simple turtle until a genius discovered the secret of yin and yang. He divided the monster's power into black and white, awakening the divine spirit, the first black turtle. The descendants inherited the power, but to become real, they had to pass bloody trials. The byproduct was a snake spirit, an enemy at first, but over time an unpredictable ally. He is not evil, but also not deep, impulsive, and irritable, often letting down even his own. From the Yang forces comes a cold-blooded personality, loyal to the black turtle, who controls strategy. This part controls analysis, and the snake is unpredictable and crazy, often creating chaos. She was feared and nicknamed Half-Turtle, because she took power and provoked resistance. Then Grandpa Babai wanted to be alone with Steve to talk about something important. He started talking about the Yeast Eaters, 50 creatures that attacked people in the dark of night. These monsters had more than one target, and the number of victims has already exceeded 500 missing. It was necessary to quickly find the culprits before the number of victims increased to an exorbitant scale. The monsters came from other cities to this Korean peninsula where they were hard to find. Then Grandpa Babai changed the rules for Steve and Celine. Now their goal is to quickly find and destroy those who invaded the peninsula. The lights came on outside. Thunder ripped through the sky. John stood by the window, clenching his fingers. His body was shaking, as if the storm was coming from within, not from outside. He hadn't slept a wink all night. Something was pressing on his chest. Letting Steve go seemed stupid. Guilt was gnawing at his heart like rust on an old sword. But he guessed Steve would show up. Even when the world loses its meaning, he clings to the ordinary. School, morning. The same steps on the asphalt. John couldn't hold back. He almost shouted. His voice broke into a scream, but Steve only looked down and quietly apologized. He, too, was exhausted to the limit. Steve didn't even know what class of monster he belonged to now. His body was alien, his strength was wild, and his nature was a mist without form. The name he heard evoked ants. 5 words, each like a spell. An ancient code of power. And the first of them was Su. Primitive. Primitive. 5 words, each representing a level of power. Like steps up or down into the abyss. Su is the lowest, where all beasts begin. Most of the monsters belonged to this class. They attacked without reason, lived in darkness, and fed on everything that happened on their way. But everything changes when it comes to Go's monsters. They are no longer savages. They are elements in the flesh, creatures that violate the very logic of combat. And if this is only Go, the second level from top to bottom, then what awaits above? Where are the 3 classes, whose names are even whispered with fear? Kai-class monsters are 10 times stronger. One of them can wipe out a city before morning. No hope. Only black silence after the explosion. Suel's level can contain a district. And Shin and Rune, this is no longer a battle. This is the end. They do not look down. But if they do, the serpentine creature Steve saw was a form, not a class. It was not Kai. And even a private Go was more than lethal. And what's even more frightening is that she controlled the flesh. And in that flesh there is a different energy. Bait. $1. And the predator is behind. In the shadows. That bastard almost ate Steve. And if he had better control of the body he took, it would have ended in death. Suddenly. Without a chance to defend himself. Steve is weaker for now. He is at the level of beginner Go. Even if he is equal, it is not a victory. It is magic. And this is not the end, but the start. Steve had no doubt that the next meeting would not be a repeat. He would be ready. Without fear, without pity. This time, until the last blow. But John saw something else. Indecision was blazing in his friend's eyes, not self-confidence. A spark that could either flare up into victory or burn out to ashes. School could wait that day. John nodded silently. No explanation. There are things that cannot be put into words. They can only be lived. The destination is a giant arena hidden beneath a concert hall, but the stage is just a mask. The real face of the place is a stone battle cave, a secret hall built not for entertainment, but for war. Old seals glowed on the walls like scars of the world, remembering the true face of magic. Shamans are not fiction. Their history is deeper than the cities. They served the throne and the state, remaining in the shadows when monsters became fairy tales. John's family carried their mission like a burden. His blood was not just an inheritance, but an oath. And today, it had to be heard by anyone who wanted to fight on equal terms. And now, the moment has come. No filters, no mercy. If Steve survives this battle, he is no longer a child. He is a warrior, albeit in goblin flesh. No swords or curses, only hands glowing with life. Will cutting through the air. Power turning the body into a living element. Steve attacked first, his fists flaring, red energy tearing through the air whistling as if torn by every movement. The fight was brutal. The flames rose, the blows merged into a hurricane. And when John was thrown back, he no longer asked if Steve was alive. He saw. His eyes saw regeneration. The wounds were fading, the muscles were pulsing. But what happened next made John hold his breath. Steve's strength was beyond measure. His blows could shatter concrete. He was no longer a street kid. He was a living weapon, without breaks, without fear. John realized for the first time that someone he thought was a student could break the system. Not adapt, break. Like a virus that cannot be controlled. The atmosphere has changed. This is no longer training. This is not sparring. This is a confrontation between two worlds, animal and human. and both went to the end. Steve lunged forward, faster and more furious. His style still had its flaws, but his strength made up for it. Every movement an explosion, every pause a threat. Energy flared in the hall. The walls shook, the seals flickered. The boundary between flesh and magic disappeared. Everything merged into a frantic symphony of battle. And then Steve called upon what was sleeping within him. His hand was burning, the energy gathering in his fist, as if the blood of the planet itself was boiling beneath his skin. He had never before been given this power voluntarily. But today, for the first time, his inner beast had not simply awakened. It had come out. Steve's overall condition was not very good. His spiritual energy was barely flickering. He had lost a lot of energy in the previous fight. It flowed out like blood, leaving an emptiness inside. Even his body had not had time to return to balance. Thanks to the Goblin's Club and his inner state, he retained the echo of the battle. His consciousness remembered every movement, every blow, every scream that left a scar. So whether he would exceed his skills in the next fight was a mystery. The strength was there, but would it be enough to break through? That was yet to be determined. Steve was so strong. His energy was pulsing in every muscle, every cell. It was burning like a hot coal about to burst into flame. So John's plan was to wear his opponent down as much as possible. Play for time, press with endurance. Because in a head-on clash, he had little chance. Steve had great strength, but he couldn't repeat the Goblin's move twice. Such a technique squeezed the last of him out, and his body could simply break. But he had the ability to shapeshift, a gift that evened the odds, giving him an advantage when it seemed his strength was running out. So Steve took all the energy into his fist, squeezed it like lightning, and aimed it straight at John. The flow of power tore through the air like thunder in the sky. The opponent flew back from such a strong blow. His body hit the wall, leaving cracks. John felt that this was no longer just training. Steve's power increased significantly, and John was trapped. The advantage was where the red energy flared. The opponent was disappointed that he was losing. He thought Steve was playing unfairly. He felt anger mixed with envy, like poison under his skin. John noted that he played fair and followed the rules while Steve broke them. This chaos caused a rage in him that burned brighter than chakra. That's why he didn't want to tolerate it, and decided to show his true strength. Right here, on the battlefield, where only strength and the will to win rule. Two friends were entwined in a dance of death. One of them was sure to win. This was no longer just a fight. It was a test of their fate. Steve quickly adapted to the fighting technique. John's movements became readable to him. He saw the blows even before leaving the shadows. John grabbed Steve's red energy stream like a fiery arrow. It was a risk and a chance to win. And then he redirected the energy at Steve, throwing it at his vulnerable spots. But the boy fought off the attacks well. His body moved instinctively, as if dancing to the rhythm of the fight. And not a single blow hit the target. John couldn't use all of his attacks. His rituals were still intact. Without them, his power was limited. But if you add your energy, you can create a weapon of divine power, something that erases the boundaries between magic and matter. The strength of both opponents was astounding. Their energy filled the arena, made the walls shake. But this was not enough to defeat James. But the fight had to be finished, no matter who the opponents were. Even if there was friendship between them, the battlefield knew no forgiveness. But John spared Steve, and even he himself didn't understand it. Why? Out of friendship? Out of fear? Or maybe a premonition? If the enemy was weaker, he would have broken at the chi level, just like the goblin's stick broke in the first battle. But Steve was half goblin, half man, a being who stood between worlds, and the technology recognized him, not as a shadow, but as an heir. The bandage on John's nose glowed, a fresh mark of battle that had left more than just a scar. The memory of the encounter still throbbed in his body. The tension hung in the air like a taut string, ready to snap at the slightest movement. The silence was more irritating than the screaming. Steve's gaze slid to his nose. A bruise. But the pain didn't matter. John convinced himself that there would be no mark left. His body would heal. And yet, the blow was not fatal. At the last moment, Steve stopped himself. The power disappeared just as it should have torn the skin. John admitted that Steve had potential, and if he really did go down the hunter's path, so be it. There was no point in arguing with him. Then John handed over strange objects. Pumpkins? Not simple ones. Magical artifacts that smelled of chakra and seduced powers. Expendable. How bombs reacted to a word or touch. One movement, and the energy burst out, changing the course of the battle. Steve picked one up and felt something familiar. It was his energy. It was as if the fruit had grown from his shadows, breathing in time with him. 3 streams of power, like in that battle. The artifact was shamanic, created by someone who put himself into it so that another could use it. Even without knowledge, anyone could break the seal and release the energy. It was both simple and terrible at the same time. But can you find out what's inside? The quality, the volume, the nature of the power. All of this remained under the shell. The mystery in the shell of the fruit. Then John looked at his friend's palm. Steve was skeptical, but it was the key. And John saw it. Not a shadow, not a curse. Potential. Pure talent. As if standing before him was not a monster, but a guru, a shaman, still far from perfect, but already free from fear. But society won't accept it. They're not ready for it. They'll only see the outside and be scared. A goblin with the power of a shaman? That would cause screaming, panic, hunting, not approval, not an alliance. Would he go back to school? His body was no longer suited to the old man. A new form was needed, not just a physical one. Even the legs seemed to have fallen. Everything was changing. The proportions, the muscles, the bones. The goblin nature was rewriting everything. Steve was nervous, but John was laughing. This was an experiment that was destined to get out of control. But he believed. He supported him, because he knew Steve's strength wasn't a shadow. It shone through him. It was real. It was strong. It was alive. After that, Steve went into the unfamiliar. The area looked abandoned, but it was here that fate awaited the continuation. Among the ruins, I found a place with a name. House of the Rising Dark Moon. A name that resembles a curse or a prayer. A monster. A powerful one. Came out to meet them. But he wasn't the main one. Emily, the mistress of this house, stood in the shadows. She knew about him. She led him to the middle, where the darkness did not press. It breathed, filled the space with life. The atmosphere was not darkness, but energy. It flowed like mountain air, clean, but rich. The house is cut off from civilization, but full of strength. It was a storage for those whom the world had thrown out, but who still wanted to live. Steve showed the coins. They were from the other side, from his world. The currency had real weight. The store accepted them. The courses existed. The wealth had not disappeared. Everything was real, even if alien. He was offered a product, a demon tablet, the strongest possible. Recovery is almost instantaneous. The monster's power did not return quickly. But this pill broke the law, created from another kingdom, another alchemy. Its effect is lightning fast. Even in the human world, it was considered extraordinary, rare, powerful. Steve bought the black one, the strongest one, and he didn't expect it. He took it right away, because he knew he would need it right now. Energy exploded inside him. It was like thunder rolling through his body. Recovery came before he could blink. Its effects were supposed to last for hours, but his week consumed everything in seconds. An insatiable core of power. The third day of his monstrous life. And such power? It was beyond the natural. His body was unique. It was more than normal. It was a manifestation of nature that knew no bounds. For the first time, he saw himself not as a person, but as himself. A few minutes ago, the House of Eastern Darkness was filled with silence, permeated with the aroma of a rare liqueur infused with the petals of 6 flowers from the Sansa River. The drink was prepared in honor of Yusum, and even its taste did not extinguish the irritation of Dongwu, who could not accept that the exquisite alcohol went to a young man with a mysterious nature, like a cub in a predator's lair. Emily disappeared. She promised to return after the meeting, but the hours swallowed up the minutes, and each new one tore the thin film of his patience. Dongwu remembered the rumors: an outsider, a half-monster with goblin blood, a bizarre creature, unworthy of a name, somehow breaking into the circle of the chosen ones. He was irritated by this constant attention to the bastard. Even his grandfather showed interest, how he found a fragment of a sword in the mud. But what kind of monster is it if it doesn't evoke horror? What kind of challenge is it if it isn't even looked at with fear, only with pity? Suddenly, the young master fell silent. The silence that followed was not calm, but a harbinger. Something in the air had changed. Words of contempt flowed like poison. He spoke with a smile, but each one hurt someone in the room. The blood was not always pure. Others he called only steep. Unclean creatures, alien to both people and monsters. Shadows that have no place anywhere. He remembered his request. New housing, documents, coins, everything was being prepared quickly, as if fate was in a hurry to become his servant. With superiority, Yusam emphasized, all this is not for their sake. This is not mercy, but a demonstration of superiority. His anger is both a weapon and a mask. If he can overcome his doubts, then his father will also recognize his right to participate in the competition. All he lacked was recognition. He had to overtake his brothers. 6 months, and his name would be number 1 on the list. Yusum wanted to make Emily his servant in the human world, and even this desire was disguised with disgust, as if she was too unclean. His plans extended far beyond this room. Outsiders, festivals, fights, all to lift his own weight. His rudeness grew, and everyone nearby silently swallowed the poison, because the client is always right, even when he throws a swamp in your face. And suddenly, a change in rhythm. Something in the air shook, like a river struck by lightning. Something sounded from the depths of space. Steve, the new guest, could not hold back his strength. His failure burst forth from humility, like a storm breaking through old barriers. Those gathered did not expect an explosion. At first, there was only a wave, a tremor in the skin, warning of something strange. Emily tried to stop the conflict, but it was too late. The sparks had already touched the oil. Disdain had grown into flames, and yet the answer came, calm but sharp as a blade. Not an explosion of emotions, but a conscious acceptance of oneself. The water in the air compressed, concentrated into droplets. An invisible weapon, ready to pierce arrogance with one movement. Steve attacked without moving. The drops flew like balls from an invisible crossbow. Their accuracy left no doubt. It wasn't a show, it was a demonstration. And a demonstration isn't about spectacle, it's about the limits of control. They had underestimated him. Now Steve's every breath made them look with respect. The one they despised had become a lesson. What started as a humiliation turned into a test. And the test was failed by the one who laughed first. Yusam was no longer joking. His face was changing, like a mask melting with internal heat. But the more he pressed, the more his opponent revealed himself. And from the depths of darkness, a new worldview emerged. And in the silence between the blows, a secret truth grew. Even a shadow can light up if anger touches it. Emily was stunned, not only by the fight, but also by the way the young half-goblin managed to intercept the flow of power, as if he had long mastered this art. His reaction was instantaneous. The energy flow changed direction, coiled like a living thing, and struck the source of the attack. It seemed like a higher level of technique. Once he was a man, but now he is a creature of another order. The limit has disappeared, the body has changed, and the soul has begun to glow with an alien light. But Steve himself wasn't looking for recognition. He stood there like a piece of debris, demanding not respect, but only the truth, and forgiveness for the false accusation. He was tired of humiliating himself, because the attempt to stop the conflict turned into a label of the culprit, and he was no longer going to remain silent. He saw Yusam shifting the blame. There was arrogance in his eyes. There was poison in his words. But Steve did not bend under the weight. Yusam, the heir of the Water Clan, possessed an element that could cut flesh from the inside. The blades of moisture became poisonous swords. The owner of a bland rage. He considered himself a winner before the start, and that's why he laughed when Steve's body didn't fall, but healed. Monsters regenerate. But his poison should have tormented even them. Steve stood, and that was what tore apart Yusam's view of the world. Yusam scoffed at the blood, said Steve's strength was an accident, a freak of heredity. But deep down, he knew he was seeing something else. Even if Steve was not pure, his power was impossible to argue with. But Yusam did not want to admit it. Anger drove him crazy. Yusam lost control. His water jets were breaking space, but Steve's body had already learned to recover. Quickly, almost supernaturally. Reservoir. This should have been a fatal technique. The water with such a high density should have crushed everything in its path. But it happened differently. Steve changed his strategy. His eyes flashed with calm. He let the power flow. And then he was gone. Completely gone. Yusam did not see the moment. The blow that should have been the last one hung in the void. Words about pain turned into empty echoes. Steve responded with a gesture. Minimum force, maximum impact. He kept his voice up, because his presence said it all. Yusam flinched. Not from the blow. From the realization of defeat. From the understanding that his shadow no longer overshadowed the enemy. His clan are legendary beasts. But this meeting for the first time shook the belief in their immortality. For fear crept inside, unexpectedly. For the first time, he lacked strength. And although his father called him the chosen one, Yusam was no longer confident in his superiority. Steve didn't back down. His peace was like an icy ocean, endless, invulnerable, dangerous. Emily watched. The silence between their bodies trembled like a taut string. She, too, waited for the truth, and forgiveness for what had been lost. Her voice cut through the space, sharp, direct, but there was nothing in response. Steve was already gone. He was not in the room, not in the world, and he left behind a void. It grew into the atmosphere, into the heart, and into the spot where he once was, a young monster with human eyes. Mason, the guardian of the House of Humility, bore the brunt of it all. He was late, and the punishment for it was in every breath. But Dongwu stopped him. This was no time for self-blame. The past could not be changed, and the future depended on more than just pain. Mason's concern for Emily grew, and he asked if she had been seriously injured. Dongwu only briefly explained that she was not physically injured, but her soul was already broken. The most terrible thing is that she predicted disaster. Her will had not yet stood, and the shadow was descending to the earth. And only thanks to this rapid wave it was possible to create an echo, partially distracting the threat. But the price was too high, and the newcomer disappeared into the shadows. The recently seething Steve slowly came to his senses. His mind was still shaking, but his heart was cold and determined. His strength was bursting from within, but his will remained unbreakable. This time, he held himself back, even though he was standing on the edge. When the fighting rage faded, All that was left was emptiness, and the realization that a line had almost been crossed. But he did not regret the duel. Even now, the choice remained correct. His rival wanted to kill, resistance was necessary, and now the price is an arm, not a soul. But at the same time, he was reveling in the fight. Adrenaline mixed with horror, giving a poisonous high. Emily appeared before him again. Her voice was shaking. Her eyes were mirrors of guilt that knew no bounds. But Steve didn't put the blame on her. The blame was on those who fought, and only on them. Emily didn't stop, though. Her conscience was seething. The dark pearl was her choice, her poison. She knew that the effect could be achieved in other ways, but she chose the dangerous one consciously and with envy. It was her fault. She lied, replaced knowledge with her envy. And now she was looking for punishment. Even death did not frighten her. Her voice trembled as she called herself a half-breed. Between the world and the darkness. Without fullness, without depth. Her essence was hunger without a source, thirst without quenching. All she could do was feel, but not have. Even the most powerful elixirs only touched it, without penetrating into its depths. And this is precisely what gave rise to envy of someone else's gift. Steve is an exception among people like her, a monster with a will, a man with poison in his veins. Cheating a salesperson is a crime, but what she did was cheating, and she knew it. She accepted it. But Steve accepted her repentance, not for forgiveness, but to end the bitterness. And he asked for only one thing: to return the loss. And although it all came down to a banal misunderstanding, he agreed to reconciliation in the future, if such a moment comes. For the enemy in the battle, Yusum, turned out to be the son of a mighty tribe, and now their actions will have a price. Mason understood that their frivolity could cost them everything, and that is why he asked them to be wiser. The guest agreed. No one forced him, but he was ready to take responsibility, and to tell the truth, without embellishment. For it was Yusum who destroyed the boundary between forgiveness and violence, and everything turned into a flash. Now that everything has been done, it is not difficult to determine who is right and who is left in the dark. But the truth does not always sound loud. For Yusum, fighting is easier than words, easier than forgiveness. He is used to resolving everything through blood and movement. But his enemies were not weak. The Yusum family were not just beasts. They were a family breathing gods and death. But Steve has seen stronger ones before. He fought them, and he didn't break. This is not the end, just a new level. He knew that to become the king of the monsters, he had to defeat them all. And he accepted this path without question. Mason felt something unusual. For the first time in a long time, his instincts screamed. This was no ordinary guy in front of him. This was a creature with a name that the chronicles did not yet know. For this, he made a gift. Although he called it an apology, in his soul it was a bet on the future. For in this monster lived the potential to break through the sky. His offer wasn't just a favor. It smelled of politics and magic and faith. But then Celine came. Her presence disrupted the rhythm, and in one moment, everything became ordinary again. She demanded new clothes, and hinted that the hero's tracksuit was too impregnated. The smell of smoke, blood, and victory did not count the descendant of the era. Even in the midst of tension, something mundane returned, but now with a hint of humor. Laughter grew in the cracks of tension, like a weed in a stone. They found themselves in front of a building that stretched into the sky. A department store without magic, cold and soulless. Celine admired the human invention, a miracle without magic, created by hands without magical support. Her gaze shone with respect for the power of the human mind and will. The young man stood among the shelves of clothes, choosing something for himself for the first time as a real buyer. He felt the weight of the moment, because appearance and money now took on importance. There was a struggle inside, fear, doubt, shadows of the past. But this time, he decided to go. He would allow himself at least one set. For the guy, it was his first touch of fabric as a buyer, and the prices were too high for ordinary people. Each price tag seemed like a challenge. The saleswoman was surprised. Few young men buy so many clothes. Celine was in an advantageous position. Her accompaniment gave her strength and confidence. Celine still had much to learn, and even she knew that his coins were more than just money. They were a symbol of trust. Something more. She extended both hands, offering 10 gold pieces. Not a gift, but a token of devotion. A thought-provoking gesture. The boy was confused, but accepted them, hearing a word that sounded like a compliment, but with a hint of something annoying. It made him uneasy. She surprised him. Although she was a newcomer to the human world, her choice of clothes was almost professional. This discrepancy surprised and confused him. The reason was Mia's. She gave things as if she knew the desire better than Celine herself. It was a burden, a heavy duty of gratitude. It's hard to accept something you didn't ask for, hard to be grateful for something that was imposed on you. But Celine read all the labels, studied every little thing. An accidental touch in a crowd where people were pushing each other without regret or apology. The ruthlessness cut to the quick. Celine stopped. She didn't believe in forgiveness. The punishment had to be severe. Not to kill, but to teach fear. It was a survival instinct, not just anger, but the cold calculation of a monster hidden inside a man. To survive meant to be strong and frightening. If you are considered weak, you will be eaten, and these are not just words. She knew this for sure, because once he spared someone who did not exist. She felt it immediately. The smell of a wet beast filled the space when he appeared. A signal of alarm and threat. Steve was fighting the youngest of the three, a miserable, mischievous freak she knew personally. A former rival, a challenger once upon a time. The truth was cruel. Win without a doubt, or lose forever. Monsters knew no regrets. The man could not understand the thinking of monsters, but the blows must be dealt decisively. Fear is stronger than mercy. Steve nodded. It was hard for him to accept this cruel law, but there was no other way to survive. He was aware of the danger. People were in a hurry because the reservation was burning and time was running out. Others appeared around. 20 disgusting men, except for the strongest, who were better to eat, or those nearby. The guy shuddered. This was no longer a game. The client's gaze was blazing with the hunger of a predator. The tension was growing. Among them all, one spoke. A voice that tore apart the illusion of peace. It was the puppeteer. Once they stood side by side, and now between them there is an abyss of worlds. His is the darkness of the subway. Hers is the light of the upper levels. The tribe waited, watched, and emerged from the shadows. The time for the hunt had come. The monsters of the region were not dangerous. They did not even protect the herds. Fear made them laugh. They came together, brothers and sisters, with a simple goal: prey. The hunt began. Today, 2 locals became prey. Their words were empty and insolent. But the real hunt was ahead. The clothes were just an excuse. The real reason was in Mia's words. People disappeared more often in the department store than anywhere else. While they were wandering between the stalls, Celine was already scattering magical seeds. There was no escape, but something was wrong. Instead of running away, the monsters just sat and waited. Their intentions were becoming clearer. In the heart of the city, the metro, buses, and endless human rivers merged. Here, the crowd erased faces and destinies, leaving behind only the pulse of chaos. The few missing souls in such a sea remained invisible. The silence greedily swallowed witnesses and cameras, as if washing away even memories. Celine felt the presence of 4 hunters. They cut through the space, turning the chaos of the streets into an invisible cage. The fear and anticipation of battle weighed on their shoulders like a stone. They knew that the enemy would not disappear, but would wait to strike first. Celine and Steve were provoked. lured from the shadows, as if teasing a predator. Any interference from outsiders, and the animals would dissolve into the crowd. The law fettered movement. Hunters were forbidden to touch the innocent, and the enemy knew it, weaving a trap from living bodies. The master had given them the task for a reason. Despair was already gnawing at Celine's soul, forcing her to balance between duty and madness. The department store will soon close, and even after closing, people will remain inside, defenseless against the shadows. On the roof of the department store, the criminals discussed their plan. Madeira refused to be involved. She chose satiety and peace, turning away from the hunt that smelled of blood and ashes. There were 3 left. Their strength might have been enough, but doubt grew in the silence, hiding between the glances. They scared people. They wanted profit. Using obsessive thoughts on the inhabitants, they forced them to obey them. Celine knew that the enemy was planning more than just a massacre. They wanted to destroy the old order and regain their lost power. They were tempted by the premonition of revenge against those who had once humiliated their blood. This thirst burned stronger than the fear of defeat. They dreamed of power in a new era where monsters and humans would bow their heads before their dark will. But suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, its cold violet whisper erasing confidence even in the bravest. Magic made people drop everything and run. It was the very ones they hunted who wove the spell, turning fear into a weapon. Celine felt a wave of powerful aura pass through the walls and stairs. Someone terribly strong was already standing nearby. The air smelled of hatred and death. They were not mistaken. The enemy came himself, not hiding behind masks. The sisters decided to split up. Catherine and the elder would face the threat head-on, while the younger would hunt for prey in the shadows. From the outside, the department store was closing. The gas alarm became the perfect excuse to evacuate, forcing people to flee. And inside, something darker than night was being born. A real storm was already raising its wings, ready to sweep away everything in its path. Steve thought he understood everything, but the truth betrayed his hope. Fear turned out to be only a mirror hiding the real horror. 3 days of darkness revealed the true nature of the monsters and their thirst for flesh, burning stronger than any spell or vow. Fear gave way to insight. For monsters, humans are a disaster, an explosive passion for destruction, and not just fragile prey. Catherine, the embodiment of evil, seemed to be reluctantly joking about his rudeness, but in her words there burned a hungry curiosity, tearing her apart from within. She admitted that she had thought he was weak, but now she felt something different in him, something special, forbidden, delicious, and almost familiar. Steve, suppressing his disgust, convinced himself, let him perceive the fight as a hunt, and not as a bloody pleasure tempting his soul. Magic coiled around the building as their fight turned into a mad dance of death, where every step could be their last. Catherine was surprised by his strength. There was something different in his blows, wildness and will that broke the laws of familiar magic. Steve admitted, this was his true magic, the original form, dark and disfigured, which he himself trembled at, but could not deny. He knew he looked terrible and that his body reeked of schedule, but that was his nature. Otherwise, he couldn't resist. Catherine remembered the ancient name of their kind, Yakui Ja, born to devour people and drink their strength to the last drop. She spoke of hunger, the death of loved ones, and life in darkness, where even her own flesh seemed alien, cold, and bitter. Now Catherine enjoyed the light and beauty of the world, but she was not going to give up the sweet taste of human flesh. She asked Steve to just pretend so that she wouldn't have to kill the one who had awakened in her an interest bordering on regret. Steve rejected pity, hoping that the law would protect people, not the ghostly mercy of a monster with eyes full of hunger. The fight flared up with new fury. Catherine became even faster, like a shadow, and Steve felt the fragility of his own flesh and the fear of defeat. He understood that despite her talent and experience, nature itself made her almost invincible. Like the night before dawn, Catherine admitted that she was not yet accustomed to her new powers, but she already felt how human blood gave her an advantage and fueled her thirst. She fed not just to live, but to become stronger, as if from a forbidden potion pushing into the abyss. Steve remembered her most powerful spell and suggested using it again to break the fear, even for a moment. But he wasn't sure if it would stop. The border between magic and blows was disappearing, and the breath of death was already felt nearby. Catherine rushed at him with the intention of killing and eating him, feeling the sweet taste of victory, which was more intoxicating than blood. Steve, bleeding, spoke the words of a game where life itself was at stake, and victory was another chance to breathe. He gathered the last of his strength and responded with a blow that was reminiscent of the barbaric style of his ancestors, rough and honest, just like survival. In this game on the brink of death, he won, not by the beauty of his movements, but by the power that lived in his fear and despair, stronger than death. A few hours ago, the darkness had not smelled of threat, only of the night hiding secrets. Now, every shadow cut the breath with fear. Steve remembered throwing all his strength into the fight with the black turtle, but it was like a stone thrown into a boundless cold sea. The enemy seemed calm to the point of absurdity. Such indifference was more frightening than any blow or cry of battle anger. Celine watched coldly, thoughts sliding like ice. That monster's blood was thicker than water, and his possession of it was flawless. Steve misspoke about Celine's age, and she, feeling a shadow of pride, thought, he will defeat anyone, no matter how many centuries he lives. Mia's instruments, weaving different techniques into a single melody. But each time his movements would crash against a deaf stone wall of silence, like waves against a rock. Celine guessed, the problem was not only in the difference in levels. Magic does not make everyone invulnerable. The main thing is what you do with it. Her words cut with cold. Power is nothing without understanding, without the ability to control it. Like a living beast in one's own soul. She looked at the waiting fighter without moving, and she felt she was lucky not to get angry, because then he could have died. And yet, Steve didn't make her reveal 4 tales, only 3. And even those were more for herself than for the necessity of battle. But according to Celine, there was a cold command hidden. If you want to live, you have to cooperate. It is not a plea, but a stone pressing on the throat. Steve refused. The air tightened like a storm in the heart of a rock, and Celine felt his energy could really sting. The battle raged. The demon, having come at the call, pressed forward, as if the earth itself had shifted and wanted to swallow everything in its path. But even such evil could not break the unbreakable wall standing between them. Celine understood. 10-fold strength is in vain for someone who strikes only with a straight blow, forgetting to listen to the rhythm of the opponent. Magic was in how you wielded it, not in how much you had. This knowledge pulsed through her veins, cold and merciless as steel. Mia appeared suddenly, like a whirlwind from the darkness, and even this suddenness no longer seemed like a miracle in the world of monsters and shadows. She met Celine's gaze, and Celine responded with icy calm, as if these visits were a long-standing ritual, and not a soul-breaking one. Somewhere inside, Mia felt something fragile breaking. The night was driving her through a world of monsters and forgotten fears. Her strength was burned out, and for the first time in a long time she whispered for help, erasing her pride like dust from an old seal. Celine remained silent, but the mountain of tasks grew. Gather rumors, reassure guests, charm hearts, all with a taste of despair. The battle raged below, and the magical blasts echoed dully in his chest. It was Steve, charging again against the strongest. Mia made excuses. He needed to grow up, learn to fight, even if the price was death, broken bones, and blood. But Celine saw deeper. In Steve's heart, there burned a hunger, written by fate into his goblin warrior blood. The goblin who does not stop will not become the Demon King until he becomes the Demon King. His path is an endless struggle or self-destruction. Blow after blow, Steve missed the attacks. But there was a calm in his movement, like the roots of an old tree in a storm. He learned to sense the enemy's strength and return it, like an echo in a mountain gorge that crushes the attack itself. This instinct is not a technique, but an ancient magic of the goblin tribe, the ability to stand unshakably in the midst of chaos. A sudden insight. Evasion is not flight, but merging with the enemy, turning someone else's rage into your own sword. Steve learned his route, the secret that makes a monster not just strong, but indestructible. His blows became simple, but each one carried the weight of the earth, like a mountain bone that knew no defeat. But there is an enemy nearby, broken and burned by his own pride, begging for death so that he can go gracefully. But Steve saw further. Truth was more important than mercy. The enemy's testimony could still stop the worst darkness. At the same time, Mia confessed. Among the guests were monsters who had arrived from the mainland kingdom, alien and dangerous. Among them is one who was sent not out of mercy, but as a chain of madness that had broken free. Celine shuddered. Could this really be a demon sleeping for millennia, or an ancient elder of the Shadow Clan? But Mia said quietly, as if revealing a damned secret, "This is not the old one, but the direct blood of the giant from the legends. She is the grandson of Lewis himself, the king of the monkeys, who once stirred up the heavens and laughed in the faces of the gods. The dark night was enveloping the city, and here he was, a hunter of alien monsters, the judge's messenger, merciless and cold." Steve's eyes searched for sinners, each of whom deserved to die. Feeling the foreign accent, he doubted. Was this really not a Korean creature? Behind him loomed a threat that did not deserve mercy. Steve warned the criminal. The same thing could happen to her as happened to Catherine. She, too, could be swallowed up by darkness from which there would be no escape. She believed in her own power, but his strength surpassed all her expectations. Blow after blow, he broke the spirit of even those who knew no fear. Steve realized that if the battle had happened sooner, his life would have ended right there. The shockwave had come at the perfect time. But would he survive another? The monster's blow was merciless, almost impossible to block twice. Steve hesitated. Was the enemy still on his feet? Even as he dodged, the hunter knew that death was inevitable. His cold determination left no doubt. Their battles were filled with the art of monsters and the impulses of cruel gods. Celine saw a circus, chaos and disorder, where instead of real work, there were only skirmishes and quarrels. She chided Lewis's granddaughter for wasting her energy on petty squabbles, hinting that the real business was hunting, not empty fights. Steve peered into his interlocutor's face, hiding his fear behind a mask of iron determination. He could barely contain his trembling. His injury was minor, but the shadow of death still lurked somewhere nearby, burning his skin with its cold. Celine did not believe in orders blindly. Disdain for mindless obedience was evident in every movement of her fingers. A fight broke out between them, and the battlefield was illuminated by rapid streams of energy that collided and intertwined in a furious dance. Mia was seething inside. She could not tolerate either tyranny or unbridled force, which only exacerbated conflicts. The silence flared with tension as the threat of bringing the guilty to the King of Monsters' judgment was made. The law was stronger than fear. Celine threw out words with bitter mockery that not everyone is capable of becoming a magistrate's puppet, even if they wanted to. Mia silently bore the burden of will to the magistrate, knowing that conveying dark news to monsters was more terrible than fighting. Her heart had no right to be afraid, even when meeting someone stronger than her. That was true strength. The words were quiet, but firm. This was the land, and Chloe would show respect. But it was better if no one interfered. There was an ominous pause for a moment. Then came the news. The cleanup had been a success. Another monster had been captured. The night was torn to pieces by the deaf hunt of others. Each had its own territory, and each pursued its own prey. The north was cleared by human shamans. The south was controlled by monsters. a precarious peace among shadow and blood. Monica insisted on leaving with the team, but the shaman only shook his head. It's easier alone. Other people's orders only tie up your hands. John was burdened by the role of commander imposed by the elder. He never asked for it, but he could not refuse. The old man saw in him what others did not, a talent that could grow even in the midst of chaos. Silent agreement. I had to meet the commissioner and report. Fatigue was pressing, but there was no time left. The tension hung in the air like a heavy magical curtain. The hero had to report on the aftermath of the battle that turned the city upside down. John was assigned to meet not with the war mage, but with the head of the guard, the commissar, who was expecting immediate information. The streets of the capital were still ablaze from the recent fighting. Casualties had been minimized, the enemies had been destroyed, but the internal whispers of alarm were only growing. The real battle was fought in the shadows, between fear and duty, between personal peace and someone else's world. The greeting was sharp, as if it had torn away a veil of peace. Monica felt a shadow of anxiety fall over the conversation. The delay with the translator seemed belated to her. But these were guests, and frivolity was inappropriate here. John noted that the Japanese father would hardly have let them go on a journey just like that. There was something hidden here. The joint work of shamans and onmeiji was a rare alliance. The last time something like this happened was back in colonial times. The creature was subdued, but the price was too high. The atmosphere was poisoned by mistrust. Monica understood that the approaches were too different, and a conflict could flare up at any moment. The photographs have already ended up in the hands of the Japanese, which means their faces will become familiar long before they meet in person. Monica and John exchanged a few words. The appearance of the guests did not make much of an impression. The meeting with the head of the delegation was tensely polite. John remained calm, greeting him politely. The young man introduced himself as Kevin. He seemed young, but his eyes betrayed an experience that was incommensurate with his age. His sister Luna stood to the side, barely speaking, but watching intently. Monica quickly found them a hotel in the center of Seoul, and the brother and sister agreed with relief. They simply didn't have the energy left for other options. John asked directly about the purpose of the visit. It was better to avoid misunderstandings right away. The answer was calm. They were investigating traces of a monster that had probably fled to Korea. John reminded him that spirits of this class could become a real disaster. And yet, the Japanese man's words made him freeze. This was not an ordinary monster, but a creature that did not belong to any known category. Dark God, Tatarigami, born from the void, the product of the fears and desires of all living things. There are never two such gods in the world at the same time. When one disappears, another is born a century later. Their forms are different, but they are all united by an insatiable thirst for growth and an awakening mind immediately after appearance. Every time such a god appears, the world is on the brink of chaos, and people and monsters are forced to unite. It was not yet known for certain whether the creature had already crossed the sea. Only prophecies pointed to its birth. Left alone, John and Monica felt a chill of anxiety. Even the very possibility of Tatarigami appearing was frightening. They knew that if this was true, the threat was greater than any demon they had ever had to destroy. John remembered the night battles with the monsters that were rushing towards him, not understanding how to use it. Monica shared a suspicion. Perhaps among those who could not be found, the dark god is already hiding. Alarm cut through John's thoughts. If such creatures appeared in other countries, the world would be on the brink of disaster. Both were united by one thought. There was a war with the unknown ahead, and they couldn't relax even for a moment. The monsters I dreamed about last night were not ordinary creatures at all. They shone with spirit, like creatures from another world. Someone had quietly appeared as a master of shadows to capture these gods. The idea seemed incredible, but anxiety slowly grew in the soul. Under Mount Moya, where there were few people, the air was filled with mystery and danger. An invisible magical pulse raged here. Even if someone noticed the travelers, it didn't matter. This was not a bazaar where every movement attracts attention. The memory of the death of two people in the store still lingered like a dark thread of pain and guilt. The criminality of magic seemed to be the reason, but the power of the spell was not perfect. The feeling of failure did not leave. The idea of training was born from this need, to prepare for the repetition of the dangerous events that occurred. The role of the mentor became important. To teach how to be a real monster meant to know the shadow and the light. The call to relax sounded like a melody of calm before the storm. The power had to be released, and the body had to become one with the energy. All the tense moments were about to end, they promised. But the fight was just beginning. The aroma of amazing color and a light peach note penetrated the consciousness, enveloping everything in a fog of ancient charms and temptations. My breathing was ragged, and my heart was beating as if after a mad run, signaling something supernatural and mortally dangerous. Blinking, the boy saw reality crumble, and in its place a terrible landscape appeared, made up of broken memories and living, cold fears. With a barely perceptible breath of thought, Celine touched Steve's mind, revealing the truth. This was not reality, but a backstage hall of memory and hidden secrets. Here, everything came to life from the fragments of the past. Sounds, smells, and the outlines of what once touched the heart and left invisible scars. Celine dispelled doubts by revealing her presence and special gift. A violet whisper that puts the mind into a dream state. The spell confused reality and created images that could stir memories, ignite recollections, or drive one to madness. Celine admitted that she entered his mind not for the sake of a game, but out of curiosity to find out how he would withstand this shadow test. Before Steve stood an adversary created from fragments of memory, experience, and shared memories, fused into a menacing form. Although the sight seemed familiar, the boy had never actually encountered it. It was a perfect replica of his worst fear. Doubt squeezed the heart, but there was no choice. All that was left was to step towards one's own shadow, hoping not to lose oneself. Celine remembered the humiliating insignificance of the power that had once drained his body to the brink of destruction. Even without the extra power, Steve was a force of nature, rushing forward, smashing everything in his path with lightning speed and explosive power. He wondered how he could have been so strong back then. Now this enemy seemed even more terrifying than the monster from the last battle. Celine acknowledged his skill, but noted that if he had the body of a monster within him, the fight would have become a battle of the elements. He was saved by incomprehensible fighting instincts, but this was only enough against weaker enemies. One thought kept spinning around. It was almost impossible to overcome someone who was superior in everything, because all attempts were in vain. The mystery lingered inside. Why were all the techniques that came to Steve a reflection of this guy's movements? Memory became the key that allowed him to transform the stick, as if it came to life, absorbing someone else's power and changing its essence. Control of the land, the ability to reduce harm by diverting it into the soil. The enemy did this to perfection. Steve understood that the difference in strength could not be overcome immediately, but he had to find a way. Try to bypass the limits. Taking a risk, he tried to influence the earth, silently subjugating its power without touching it. When he succeeded, his heart flared with pride. The enemy was powerful, but in an artificial copy, it is easier to feel the weak spot. Although the chances of winning were slim, the fight itself was unfair. It took 5 Seelan tails to create the opponent. The more tails a girl uses, the stronger the creation. The difference between 3 and 5 is that the power grows exponentially. Emily appeared in the shadows, timid but honest, simply watching and insisting that she meant no harm. They knew her, a servant from the House of Humility, bearing gifts from their leader. Everything, both the treasures of the monsters and the new clothes of the master, were waiting for Steve, like a key to unlimited possibilities in the game of magic and power. In the shadows of the ancient house, a promise reeked of ancient magic and hidden threat, to make the guest the winner of the arena before others coveted the throne. Material gifts were just a curtain. What lay ahead was something more precious than gold. Forces that would change the course of battle, if not the world itself. Steve felt the temptation pulsate through his veins, but he remembered the truth. Real power always comes with a price, even if the payment isn't today. He saw that the time would come when the price would be terrible. Not in coins, but in blood or soul, and it would be too late to turn away. The head of the house smiled at the cold steel that cut worse. Now he didn't need anything except for Steve to believe. He acknowledged that Steve was not the only one to be given a hand, and certainly not the last in this century-long game. The competition for the monster throne will last 666 years, and no one knows if they will live to see the middle. So the house sowed seeds of doubt and hope into the hearts of a few, waiting to see whose shoots would grow by force or betrayal. Steve realized that the world he had entered was much darker and more confusing than it seemed behind the thick walls. Mason remembered the youngest of the High Tai clan, who was once supposed to be the chosen one of the house, and renounced the honor himself, giving the chance to Steve. The guy himself refused, and fate abruptly changed course. Gold, hopes, and vows passed to another. The essence was as bare as a blade. Prove yourself worthy. Win and get even more. Otherwise, disappear. Steve was surprised to feel the new armor fit his body like a second skin, light and flexible as a shadow. Elven silk caressed his movements, blurring the line between protection and the touch of the living. Steve only had to think, and the gear would appear out of thin air. Steve played with magic, trying on and shedding his armor with the excitement of a child touching magic for the first time. Celine glanced mockingly at Emily as if asking, "Why stay if all is already lost?" The silence was broken by the news from Emily. Only a few survivors of the night's massacre had survived, and the house was ready to finish them off. Celine tensed. Information that was beyond the reach of even the most agile came from Yusom, a former ally who had led them through the darkness. In the darkness of the soul slums, he slipped out of the clutches of the monsters who came for his soul. His appearance in the house at dawn changed everything. The truth came late, but it managed to break the peace. The wounds glowed with blood. The consciousness was drowning in wine. In the temple, they hoped to heal the body and faith, but the scars of the soul remained. At night, relatives whispered. Memories of his mother and sister, filled with pity and fear, burned in Yusom's mind and did not let go. He didn't die a hero. He escaped, and that hurt more than any wound. The night turned out to be bloodier than it first seemed, and the hunt remained unfinished. We must gather strength with others before the enemy disappears into the darkness completely. If the enemy is strong in body, he still has a chance. But against a magician, the first move decides everything. The main thing is to choose your heart and not betray yourself. Kevin didn't hide his anger when Luna went her own way, as if none of it mattered. Instead of words, they need actions. Otherwise, they will lose before the first fight. The argument ended in a sudden silence, leaving each with their own burden. Luna left, promising to return in the evening, but without giving any guarantee. She decided to take another risk, to turn to the shaman for a crumb of luck. William could summon the spirits of 7 lucky children, chosen at random. The 7 morals: wealth, health, love, business, learning, family, society. And each could become a weapon or a trap. Love fell out, a choice that seemed like a joke to Lita when they were preparing for battle. But the moon will not stop. Even with such luck, she will go to the end. The day turned out to be stranger than all the prophecies, and doubt pressed like a noose. Seoul's Han Park was filled with twilight as Brian watched the passers-by, hiding his disdain under the cold shade of a smile. Sarah appeared next to him, like a ghost of forgotten magic, silently absorbing the distorted beauty of the world, not daring to disturb his observation. Her gaze slid over trifles, trying to understand his detachment. But Brian knew, you can be a witness to life without touching the heart with warmth. People seemed like insects to him, interesting to spy on, but disgusting to touch. There was something surprisingly honest in this cruelty. Sarah remained young, barely celebrating her second spring. However, Brian saw how quickly intelligence and ruthlessness were maturing in her. He believed that true understanding comes only at the end, when it is too late to retreat or repent. 3 fell that night. 2 went out at once. The enemy surpassed hope. Viola still breathed, but the enemy thirsted for secrets, dooming her soul. Sarah realized too late. She had to eat them. Her terrible nature whispered of a duty from which she wanted to escape. Sarah didn't count the number of those eaten. She simply emptied the house where she once hunted with them. The prohibitions had lost their meaning yesterday, when the night had swallowed everything. There was no point in hiding anymore. The disappearance will leave noise and rumors. Before dawn, the streets will already be whispering them. Sarah was there by chance, without any real interest, just watching. That's how she learned about Ray and Catherine's death, remaining confident that only Viola had survived. Brian sensed something hidden in her words, but Sarah stood her ground. She hadn't noticed anything. Luna felt something strange. Steva's aura was not hiding, but seemed to be challenging, bold, and wild. A suspicion flashed through his mind. Had he become a puppet of someone else's magic? Or was he unable to control his own power? Emily's gaze slid over Yusam's sword, whose insidious engraving contained treason. The fragment remained in the victim's body, and the hilt allowed her to be tracked from afar. Only someone whose aura surpassed that of the attacker could get the fragment. Then the blade would heal. But the sword is still broken. Yusoma and the others were defeated, but the enemy did not pull out the fragment. There remains only one explanation. The enemy keeps the fragment within himself deliberately, defiantly teasing his pursuers. Tao's blood shimmered with dark magic. He only shrugged at Day's question. An early trifle, and a fragment could tempt a stronger enemy. He was eager to continue the chase to satisfy his hunger for battle. The 3 enemies fought desperately, and for the first time Tao felt true satisfaction. He realized that real food is victory over a worthy opponent, awakening the hunter's thirst. Now he sought to hunt not for the flesh, but for that intoxicating fire. The Day listened with coldness in its heart. It does not need other people's whims, leading to disaster. They realized that they could no longer walk together. Separation was inevitable. Tao thanked Huifeng and Zenu for everything they had given him and decided to leave. Huifeng fiercely reminded them of who they were, and that Tao was just a disfigured shadow. Tao accepted Zen's inevitable fate, but vowed to keep his life close until it faded away. The 2 rejected human flesh, and Huifeng went to look for food before sunset. Tao would become a hunter again, like all the shadows of the night. It was his nature. The monster that had changed names over the centuries remained himself. His thirst never faded. An old enemy appeared before hope. Tao had been waiting for this moment. The time had come because behind it lay the most cruel thing, like a dark fire consuming the world in hellish flames. Steve stepped through the door, feeling as if someone else's aura was holding him back with every step, and the stench of fresh blood was under his feet. 2 opposing forces pulled him in different directions, but he made a choice, holding his breath and leaning into the darkness. Luna felt this space as a dining hall for monsters. Its insides were filled with anxiety, as if before a great danger. She understood. This was a trap, but the prophecy was correct. This day should bring her luck and a chance to leave here alive. Luna's gaze fell on Steve. Among the shadows of the otherworldly, he was like a quiet island of everyday life, without glitter and darkness, just a man in an unearthly world. But there was a power pulsing from above that made her rush after him like an animal that cannot afford to lose its prey. Halfway through, Luna was surprised to find that Zen didn't seem like the raging monster they had threatened him to be, but there was no time to hesitate. Steve noticed the creature greedily tearing at flesh, and, trying to gauge its strength and the number of its kind, he carefully assessed the enemies. Huifeng coldly said that most of them had already disappeared into the darkness, and that further search for the truth was like catching shadows in the void. Steve clenched his fist and tore through the darkness with magic. The challenge was thrown down, and their fight began in explosions of light and shadow. In the battle, Huifeng noticed the speed of his opponent, the magic swirling between them, growing in violence and intensity. Steve did not retreat, persistently penetrating into the shadow of their secret. How many of them there were, and where the source of their power was hidden. His determination was like a stone, breaking the peace of the enemy. Huifeng, smiling maliciously, considered Steve pathetic. He did not finish him off when he had the chance, and this only caused the monster to mock him. The battlefield was ablaze with sparks. Steve was waiting for a chance to strike from afar, relying on the precision of his magical techniques. Huifeng didn't understand how one could remain standing after everything, how one could devour the weak and still feel hungry. Bloodied and tired, Steve fought on, amazed at the cruelty of this world, where the strong always eat the weaker. Huifeng smiled in disdain, seeing it as an inevitable law of nature, certain that Steve was no better. He had simply failed to seize his chance. In the midst of the battle, Steve tore a pulsating layer of power from his enemy and absorbed it, giving himself power. Luna shuddered, her instincts telling her that Huifeng was not alone here, and that the real danger was hidden somewhere nearby. Zen looked away, his voice trembling with rage and fear, splitting him into two opposing parts. Luna followed him into battle, understanding that to win, you need not only a magical flow, but also a true warrior spirit. Tao sensed weakness in Zen. Without the burning thirst for victory, even strength becomes empty. And this worried the hunter. Luna thought of the Japanese archipelago, a place where magic lingers in every breath, giving power to those who comprehend its secrets. In a fight, the key moment is when everything turns around. The enemy falls, or you, and it is this second that decides the fate. Of all the ghosts she had to disarm, this force was the most dangerous, as if the darkness itself had come to life. The darkness within pulsed with rage, like an irrepressible spirit, demanding destruction and blood, deprived of peace. The decision to run or fight was almost irrelevant, because the chances of survival remained as fragile as shadows. Steve struck like a bolt of thunder in the middle of the night, breaking the silence. Tao winced in sharp pain, and anger flashed in his eyes. Luna felt a chill in her chest. She didn't belong here, where every move could be fatal. But she didn't want to retreat. Tao held his breath, looking at the moon. To him, it was an unnecessary obstacle preventing him from moving forward. Luna felt her heart tighten. She was angry at this role, being a stranger among her own, standing where you were not wanted. Her magic was bursting forth. She summoned powers that could erase everything around her, even her fears. Her body shook with tension, but suddenly she realized there was not enough strength. And this time, it would be enough for maybe half a blow. The alien magic of this place pressed on my shoulders, squeezed my chest, and erased hope, like a wave erasing traces in the sand. Steve, clutching the wound, felt the pain burn like hot iron, but he couldn't afford to fall. He sensed that the enemy might have left, but he stayed, waiting for the moment to finish off the wounded man. Some of them are still afraid of the smell of blood, and this makes the battle even more dangerous. Steve pointed Luna towards the exit again. His heart remained cold. Everyone had to make their own choice, and no one guaranteed help. Steve knew the truth was painful. It wouldn't have time to reflect. He never killed without reason, but he knew it only took one move, and it would all be over in an instant. He saw that if the moon did not move now, the next moment could be his last. His short apology sounded dry, cold, but there was something genuine in it that others did not see. Steve knew that this blow was needed not against the moon, but for himself, to save at least someone. He took it upon himself to protect her, because magic doesn't get a second chance. Steve played the offense to stop her for just a moment, to buy time that was slipping through his fingers like sand. And also, in the basement of this damned place, bones were smoldering. They needed peace, not eternal darkness. He asked only one thing: let her bury these forgotten shadows, to give them their final rest. Tao was glad that Steve had come. Thus, he had fulfilled the promise he had once made to his comrades. Tao realized everything while still on the road. The people here had long since left the dead streets. The area is doomed, there will be no victims, and the rumors that were going around played their role. Sometimes lost guests with cameras came here, and after that, it was easier to hunt. They met in a duel where every blow carried fear, despair, and a crumb of hopeless hope. At first it seemed that the forces were equal, but with each movement, the difference in technique became apparent. The image of Chu, the ancient deity of battles who whispered of war, flashed in Steve's pupil. The stone of storage that Celine learned about gave strength even to a wounded and broken body. She felt that he had withstood the first dose, but to risk it a second time would be madness. Steve remembered how he had once lost control of the burst of energy, and his mind had darkened like that of a madman. Celine felt that one more dose of power and the consequences would erase the limit even for herself. Maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe he will dissolve into the darkness, becoming a true monster. Tao watched in surprise. Even against 3 enemies yesterday, he had not swung his blade with such fury. Tao noticed the shiny goblin cap on Stephen's head, an artifact of an ancient race, known only from old legends. The world of the city shimmered in the darkness, and Danwu couldn't contain his surprise. He swore that he saw the goblin with his own eyes. Returning to old stories, he thought about how a goblin saved him in the mountain gorges from a mysterious snake-like creature. A huge, dark-skinned goblin stood before him, tall, with shoulders wider than any man, but with an almost human bearing. Legends spoke of horned goblins, but this creature was different. It raised more questions than answers for Danwu. As time passed, Danwu remembered his childhood, when he accidentally witnessed a fight between 2 goblins, almost human, silent, and mysterious. Their figures dissolved into the darkness, leaving behind only a shadow of the unknown, like strange sentries of forgotten secrets. Something sharp stood out on the head of one of them, like a horn. But as soon as it was noticed, they became invisible to the eyes. So the goblins remained hidden, almost legends, alive only in myths and the dark corners of this world. He could not describe what he saw. These creatures were beyond comprehension, and attempts to explain were useless and pointless. For them, human laws did not exist. Their battles took place outside of time and space, like a riddle that could not be solved. It was believed that a goblin could not be seen in a mask, but this was only half the truth. They did not disappear, but moved so quickly that they became elusive. Meanwhile, the fight between Steve and Tao continued mercilessly. The ground was soaked with blood, and Steve's blows hit with incredible force. The enemy lost his hands when Steve instinctively figured out how to control the mask on his face. It was his only chance for salvation. Steve's difference was his lack of experience, but the mask became a tool for him, expanding the boundaries of his strength and capabilities. This magical ability can be compared to the legendary tail, a gift that gives strength and opens up new horizons. Thanks to her, he raised his power level to incredible heights, enough to withstand the most brutal challenges. For the first time since becoming a goblin, Steve felt a sharp pain in his muscles. The price of magic was incredible and merciless. He knew he couldn't hold out like this for long. This power was as sharp as a blade, cutting into the owner himself. He put everything into this battle: pain, strength, will, realizing how he became strong, resilient, and fast in the darkest times. He felt a force bursting from within, full of boundless possibilities and enthusiasm. This meeting became fateful. Tao was grateful for the chance to meet him. The Iron Deity's magic pulsed brightly in their veins. Steve responded sharply, calling on the enemy to return to where he came from, as if summoning a demonic beast. Both felt their strength and speed matched in this whirlpool of battle, but the boundaries were overcome only by superhuman effort. To surpass one's own limitations is the real challenge that allowed one to evolve during the most brutal clashes. This struggle was not only theirs. The goblins also knew that not everyone can grow in battle. The fight between Tao and Steve was a clash of rebellious monsters seeking the power that could shake the pride of the enemy. They simultaneously realized that in order to overcome an opponent, one must have power that significantly exceeds the normal level. Their weapon, a combination of the Iron Deity and the mystic wind of past winters, was invincible. Tao bitterly admitted that his weapon was flawless, too powerful for normal combat. The ghostly battle mask and goblin wrestling, even for simple goblins, this was an amazing art. He was glad to meet a new ally who shared his pain and strength. His name was Brian, and he knew they were both alone, but inseparable in their struggle. Brian couldn't interfere with the fight with Tao at first, but every word he said was imprinted in his mind like a rusty nail in flesh. Tao exuded a cold confidence that unsettled Brian, leaving behind a stinging taste of inevitable defeat. It's a pity that the opponent didn't have enough time to master his magic to the end. Then this fight could have had a completely different ending. Steve understood that even a flawless block would not save him from a blow that cut through the flesh with a blade as sharp as a snake's horn. Taking a full-force blow is not about technique, but about naked, irresistible will, breaking the limits of fear. And the old, forgotten technique in his blood came alive, dispersing the blow due to the hardness of the stone under his feet. Brian understood. There was no point in proving anything anymore. And this simplicity dismissed him, brought him a strange joy. The feeling of shock was natural. Steve, the last of the goblins, suddenly saw his equal in front of him. But Steve didn't care who he was. He was only driven by the desire to wrest the truth from the darkness. Brian, with a cold and almost mocking smile, admitted, behind all these murders were his hands. He was the puppeteer who controlled the yokai. The reason became obvious. There was no point in lying anymore. The time had come to drop the mask and show the true face. They are of the same kind. And Brian was really interested in talking to someone who was so similar to him. In the face of superior force, one must stand firm, with at least 1 foot touching the stone. Their kind is small in number, but the horn bestows an absurd power that seems almost offensively unfair. As long as your heels firmly dig into the ground, no poison or curse will break your heart or body. Brian was still amazed. Almost all of Steve's goblin skills came to him without mentors, only from blood. But suddenly he changed the subject, asking with a smile, "Does Steve like dogs? Dogs are more loyal than people, but under a weak owner they become dangerous and aggressive. The fault lies with the one who raises them. Then they turn into miserable creatures, living only by the grace of the stronger, not noticing the abyss beneath their feet, until they lose the meaning of life." Steve looked on with disgust. To unleash monsters and drench the earth in blood for the sake of this crazy idea was pure madness. Brian sighed. Again he was misunderstood, for he hated not only people, but also the blindness around him. The chain of predators decided everything. The strong survive, and the weak turn into bloody food. Both humans and yokai obeyed the same dogma. Those who do not know how to defend themselves become only a shadow in someone else's memory. Brian was surprised that this harsh truth seemed to him surprisingly beautiful in its own ruthlessness. The creation of the same kind as them, so similar that Brian's insides clenched with disgust. These creatures did not feel a drop of shame, perceiving impunity as an inalienable right. In such a world, there is no place for parasites. Either you stand or disappear without a trace or a name. Steve saw this not as truth, but as a fanatical, morbid dream of someone stuck between worlds. Brian didn't expect Steve to see straight from a few words. His laughter sounded more like a burnt-out confession of people's blindness. They are indeed of the same kind, but the gulf of experience and values did not allow the construction of cities between them. Brian pulled Steve towards him, promising to reveal the secrets of power and the true nature of the goblin, hidden from the outsiders. He wanted to reveal who they really were and what damned duty this world holds them by. But Steve couldn't take this poison. Inside was a ripe disgust, a passionate desire to stop his brother's delirium. Brian knew he had no choice. Resistance was pointless, and Steve's indifference was only fueling his frustration. He expected Steve to understand that rebellion was useless, and that the path had long since been chosen by someone stronger. The moon's blow was only supposed to bind movements, to fetter the will, not to kill, but to force to listen. She unleashed a powerful blast of power against Brian, sending magical debris flying everywhere, tearing through the air. Steve's regeneration slowed as another weapon was being born within him, the goblin's own stick. This transformation was astonishing. A weapon that obeyed only the will of its owner and changed along with his heart. And now Steve filled her not just with strength, but with the fire of determination to destroy the enemy. Yokai devouring people, and the people themselves becoming prey. A chain with no end in sight. The ice of anger melted into steel will. The stick took on the true essence of its owner. Strength born of the spirit, intent forged by pain. And nothing could stop his step. Luna couldn't understand how this yokai had achieved such power. What she saw was beyond imagination. Brian was amazed too. Steve kept breaking his ideas, revealing his true nature. He was aware of his own weakness, but he did not think that the difference between them was so great. And yet, the feeling of this power was worth it. For the first time, to restrain the thirst for murder, rather than succumb to it. Surprisingly, during his first awakening, Steve did not shed anyone's blood, although it usually flows inevitably. The stick obeyed only his will, changing shape to become an instrument of death. Even trying to defend myself seemed doomed. It was like meeting the blade with bare hands. Perhaps it would be easier to accept the blow than to resist in vain. Brian watched this with curiosity, and he was also surprised. The moon is alien. What brought her to this country, where death awaits at every step? He wanted to break her neck in an instant, but he stopped himself, waiting for an explanation. Brian could only let Luna go if Steve laid down his arms and showed himself. He was interested in the pill from the House of Humility. It worked too well. Brian saw both power and poison in it. The currents grew threefold, threatening to tear apart the foundation of his power from within. Brian knew that even if he held out, there would be consequences. He asked Steve to stop, not to look for a new limit, to save himself. But Luna perceived death as a shadow of her work and was not going to retreat. This irritated Brian, making him clench his fists in impotent rage. Adam appeared and said coldly, "One more impulse, and there will be no return." Streams of magic enveloped Brian. He showed who was the boss here with his power. But it was too late. The destruction around screamed louder than words. Brian, looking at Adam, saw the limit. Technique and speed were meaningless without real strength. Even the strongest blow of delirium against the superior essence. Adam accepted this without despair. Their bodies were not chosen by the gods. There was only one way left, to awaken the blood and call upon the ancient magic of the family. The water around responded to his call, changing its essence and form. The closer the water, the more vividly the magic of the old clan came to life. The shockwave of steam or soil moisture became a weapon where fists were powerless. Brian felt the alien magic touch his blood, changing its course. Even if it seemed like just a legend, the Zieji clan proved otherwise. One drop seemed like nothing, but its power was deadly, even if the material reduced the effect. Adam reminded that each race has its own gift, and it must be recognized. Brian had encountered this power before and knew how dangerous it was. Even those same water attacks in Adam's hands became inevitable. He gave a cold order to take it, and the Asimi rushed forward. Adam raised the elements. The waves flooded the horizon, hiding the world. A memory came to mind. Once upon a time, that magic only created a 2-meter wall of water. Back then, this was enough to erase buildings like sand sculptures. Now, the water's fury has grown, enchanting and frightening at the same time. The streams tore at the ground, leaving black craters. Zieji and the Black Turtle wove their forces into a frantic symphony of chaos and destruction. The water was seething, breaking the order. The power was growing, and the control was weakening, leaving Adam alone with his own fear of the abyss. In the hot moment of midday, to show all your might was a daring challenge. There was no one around, just two entities against an invisible enemy. Adam was barely breathing after years of holding back the elements. He didn't know if he had even caught the enemy or if he had wasted everything he had. The deep crater spoke of power, but not of victory. James and Adam agreed. The enemy probably did not intend to fight for long. Adam made no excuses. He had done what he had, stopping the threat before he woke up. He believed, now the game is only for the chosen ones, without mortals. Tao sat in the darkness of doubt. Sarah recognized darkness in Adam. Different in nature, but just as predatory and all-consuming. This difference only fueled her curiosity. But Brian stopped her, reminding her, sometimes you have to speak with force and not drink it down. Sarah wondered how Brian had survived where death seemed certain. He knew her weak points, thwarted the magic that deflected the blows. It made Sarah respect an enemy who could break through a perfect defense. Brian savored the thought of meeting a creature that had stood up to age-old monsters. The force called, but fate did not let him quench his thirst. Sarah felt it was not hunger, but something darker, from the depths of the soul. But even at the peak of temptation, he stopped, as if the sky had taken the last step. The sky was preparing for a downpour, although the sun was still shining. The ancients, Black Tortoise and Jieji, were changing the very fabric of the world, turning the day into a storm. Brian wasn't sure he could hold his own against any of them. He knew that even a victory would be a loss. He didn't like the idea, but he had no choice. Even the children felt it was better to stay away. He accepted the loss of Steve, but he did not lose hope. The pain brought Steve back to reality. His body was not obeying him. Adam confessed he was forced to stop the spell to save his life. He explained, the mask gave power, but devoured the wearer with magic. Adam did not justify himself, only asked for forgiveness as the elder of the family. Steve was surprised by his remorse. He saw no guilt, only a cold need to survive. But something else was troubling. Who was this man who called himself a goblin? But the old man named a name. Brian, the ancient goblin prince who ruled these lands centuries ago. And perhaps he is the one whose blood Steve carries. The past has awakened in the boy, along with magic, that he has not yet fully understood. Celine watched as the rain poured down heavily, and the people, a strange breed, stubbornly did not hide from it. Mia thanked her again in her mind. Without Celine, she wouldn't have been able to withstand her looks and razor-sharp words. The day flashed through the girl's memory. Salespeople, strange eyes, tension that was trying to break out from within. Mia sighed. Visitors came only for him, even if Appa himself did not notice it. The seller apologized. The cafe was closing early. Plans were abruptly ruined, despite the bright day. Mia joked that he read her mind. She hadn't even had time to order her favorite yet. Warm her up a little in the cold haze of the rain. But the man in the room's gaze grew insolent, and Celine tensed, as if a shadow of icy fury had passed between them. Mia looked puzzled. Hadn't they crossed paths before? But when the forest is orphaned without a tiger, even a raccoon dreams of a throne. The guy started talking about disappearances and creatures that appeared in that place, especially a fox. Among the yokai, like poison in the blood, it did not fade away even when they hid under new guises. And even in human form, ancient instincts continued to boil in the veins. Mia couldn't help but think, if this tension was really embedded in instincts, would he have enough willpower not to break down? Celine remained calm. She didn't want to tear everyone apart, but she was tempted to try real human blood. The fox's food. It all had to end quickly so as not to spoil the mood. But the young guest did not calm down. The fox looked first, so the judge allowed him to call on her side too. This plea for mercy sounded humiliating, but she took pity. This time, Celine believed that killing an innocent tiger cub that had not yet experienced the world was more of a game than a real danger. For Celine, it was the only right choice. If he had thrown himself or begged, she would not have stopped. The old customs surprised her. When spirits and servants of the tiger race were raised like that. And if they want to keep this going, They should pull themselves together and not listen to unnecessary voices. This is a tea house, and they don't like the smell of ash following the guest. To quell the chaos, the elder issued temporary licenses even to inexperienced yokai. But then the order changed, and everyone but them was called back. They lacked the skills and had no place among humans. That left Celine, Helen, Melissa. And then the question, why did they leave Steve? What was wrong with him? No one understood what was happening. Sending him away seemed crazy. Power is but a shadow on the wall of the spirit world. Even the mightiest there are but prey to the darkness. If Steve is left alone, he will be swallowed by the silence before he knows it is coming. Celine has finally decided. It's time to return to the elder, keeping her promise. But she will devote another month to training, seeing in Steva a spark that can ignite new hope. Steve remained motionless, the decision hanging in the air. The silence demanded an answer, and a new task unexpectedly intertwined with fate. To protect her from people. Steve wondered, could this creature really be his ancestor? Even the resemblance was noticeable. But if so, how many centuries were behind her? Grandpa Babai said the name as if awakening an ancient dream. Brian, whose age stretches through 1,500 years of shadows and oblivion. Steve found it hard to breathe. He had no idea how many centuries that yokai had lived. Only an excess of power can prolong age, preserving youth for another millennia. Before them is a creature that looks young, although it has 1,500 years behind it. Adam understood that this game of weakness looked pathetic and dangerous. Goblins were once thought to be lost after a war 666 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the goblin race split. The losers went into hiding, and the winners grew weaker. The last one, Bacon, died of his wounds, and the line was considered extinct. At first it was thought that Steve was his descendant, but the facts did not match. But Brian had been thought dead for 1,000 years, and now his appearance changed everything. Maybe some goblins survived and became Steve's ancestors. But the main thing is not the age of the creature, but the fact that it hid its power for so long. It's surprising that Steve's family and identity were only discovered now. Grandfather demanded the truth, especially about his parents and whether his mother was a real person. Steve's warm childhood memories were suddenly cut through by a shadow of guilt that squeezed his heart with an icy pain. He remembered the words of forgiveness trembling on his lips, like a broken prayer, not taking off in time. His mother was tormented by the question, were the other children seriously harmed? But the truth turned out to be lighter than fear. All that happened was a few scratches and some confused emotions. Minor wounds instead of a tragedy. The mother quietly thanked him, hiding the anxiety in her voice, and promised to be there if trouble happened again. His mother did not reproach him. She understood that sometimes there was simply no other way, although her heart sank. She would prefer it if his hands did not irrigate the earth with someone else's pain, even if that was the only price for salvation from the abyss. Then her words sounded not like an order, but a quiet plea born of deep fear. And he kept his word. He never raised his hand until the real monster inside woke up. His father, like a meteor, disappeared, leaving Steve a legacy in the form of a shadow of the power that lived in his veins. But there was something unsaid about the mother that held more than just fear. She touched the ancient ceramics as if she could hear forgotten voices in the cracks. The grandfather guessed that perhaps the mother had deliberately hidden the ugly truth from her son. He assigned the young goblin to participate in the festival, not expecting to see anything big. But Steve surprised. Not a frightening shadow, but a living spark of power that grew stronger every day. His growth frightened even seasoned warriors. Too fast, almost inhuman. So the grandfather became suspicious. Was he created intentionally, as a tool in Brian's plans? The appearance itself seemed like a sinister joke to Steve, but doubts did not leave his heart. And even if the truth was frightening, the guy felt it was not he who was to blame for his own birth. The day turned into chaos. The city swallowed up its own people, erasing names and entire buildings. The police were counting empty apartments, and a wave of panic was rolling through the streets. The disappearances were not random. What happened at night had been prepared for a long time, woven into a conspiracy. Thus was born the ominous silence before the storm, where hearts beat amidst the whispers of curses. Adam spoke of a dark pact, the help of shamans, and a plot to strike at the monsters. The leaders had only to close their eyes to a night of chaos in order to unleash a punitive storm in the morning. But instead of silence, sparks of trouble arose. Suspicions flared up sooner than expected. A month of disappearances has fanned the flames of suspicion that the scale of the incident has spiraled out of control. The shamans had to spend their own power, hiding their impotence. And today, everything fell through. Although no one was killed, there were too many witnesses. The judge had to find a new restrainer of chaos. The grandfather admitted he himself let the boy go without permission, and this was his fault. The enemy was a monster who had already broken the law, and therefore the act could be justified. Even if punishment was inevitable, the judge promised a harsh word, not a bloody sentence. Steve has nothing to fear. Both he and his mother have promised to take him under their personal guardianship. But when he remembered his mother, a chill ran through him. The shamans seemed to have already passed sentence on her. He was eager to get to her, but his grandfather held him back. This was exactly what those who were plotting were waiting for. People had already been sent to protect his mother, and Steve himself was advised to remain under observation. Adam reminded him of his weakness after the battle. Another battle with the shamans could be fatal. Steve stubbornly admitted, "The blame lies solely with him. Without permission, without a plan, he himself created the threat." He understood that he had looked too narrowly, had not seen the consequences and the pain of others. So he broke through the spell and went to where his mother was waiting. Steve immediately decided to return, ready to give himself to the enemy entirely, like a warrior without fear or hesitation. He took the blame for the situation because he had not looked into it thoroughly enough. Steve's mother had no answer. He had not responded to her message. He had disappeared without a trace, as if dissolved into the shadows. Someone penetrated the space of their struggle, calling for them to stand still, not to move, as if possessing supernatural power. Celine admitted that she had underestimated the people who irritated her to the limit, prompting her to take decisive and dangerous steps. Despite the shadow of the unknown enemies, John was ready to wipe off the face of the earth anyone who dared to harm Stina's mother. John released crimson beams of magic into the air, gentle in appearance, but with poisonous power in every breath. But he did not rush into battle. Fear for Steve's mother kept his will on a chain, restraining his thirst for power. Celine had warned, "Avoid conflict even at the cost of retreat." And now the words sounded ironic. Still, no one died. The goal was preserved, even if not according to plan. And that was already a victory. But John broke the curse with the power of his spirit, remaining for a moment in silence. He didn't want to fight. They had a friend. John came to stop the kidnapping and offered an alliance. Celine immediately recognized John, the same one who once rushed to save Steve, despite his own safety. They knew that there was almost no time. The barrier from within had blocked the way, and the exit seemed to disappear behind a stone wall. But John knew the way through the trap and shared it without hesitation, because the same goal burned in their hearts. A thought flashed through Celine's mind. Would he really betray everything he had once sworn to protect for a friend? There was harshness in her words, but deep down, there was a truth that made her doubt. It was as if a premonition whispered. The tease in his veins would stop, and magic would stop listening to him. John turned off his chai, leaving himself vulnerable and defenseless, admitting that if he turned it on again, he would not be able to cope with Celine's magic. Celine felt the advantage. One command was enough, and his will would become a toy in her hands. Celine hesitated, as if in a fog of doubt. Was it naivety, or was the fire of Steve's unquenchable influence still smoldering within him? But she wanted to see what a shaman who renounced his own power for the sake of others was capable of. Every step sent a flame of pain through his body. But suddenly, Steve froze, as if he had caught a wave that revealed the boundary between the past and the choice of fate. Intuition howled so sharply that even fear for my mother retreated a step. Lim stood in front, Yagwang, whose icy calm cut deeper than steel. His words struck like a whip. Steve was too young to be called a descendant of goblins, but Lim did not hesitate. The words were gone. The cold will to break the other's resistance remained. He quietly warned, "Do not raise a fuss." The trap had already worked, and the barrier had closed. His mother was probably already in the hands of his comrades, and an attempt to escape could have been her death sentence. It was like hunting, waiting for the prey to step into the abyss itself. A shiver ran through my nerves as a distant order, inaudible to the ear, struck my heart. The attacks tore through the field like a mad whirlwind. Lim laughed at the boy, frightening him with his strength, like a fish helplessly twitching on a hook. There was no escape. Steve started running. It was Celine, familiar, menacing, pushing the body from its place. He understood. The yokai were here, and she was already inside the barrier, and the power was pouring straight from his home. He shouldn't rush to his mother. It's better to drag the enemies away and give her a chance. He understood that his mother had not yet been caught, and that the real prey in her eyes was himself. It is enough to arrange the fight further away so that Celine and her mother have time to hide. Lim walked confidently, fast, strong, and his gaze chilled even memory. His calmness was not just conceit. It was felt in every movement. There was no fair fight in this battle. They had a single force behind them. Their chi intertwined, strengthening each other, and Steve could feel it even when he saw them for the first time. But instead of hatred, he felt something else. He did not want to fight in the middle of a sleeping city. But Lim responded coldly. "The barrier will hide everything, and people will never wake up." It didn't sound like a threat, but like a dry fact of power over the world. And yet, there was a bitter irony in Lim's words. He had once given a chance to surrender without a fight. But now, it didn't matter anymore. The trap was closed, and the fight began on its own. Steve and Liam clashed, and the world shook with the roar of spells, the explosion of elements, and the thundering breath of battle itself. Lightning mixed with dark goblin magic made the earth groan like an awakened ancient monster. Steve wasn't going to hold back. He needed his enemy to understand whose wrath was worth fearing, even in the darkest night. Liam didn't back down, the magic around him growing thicker, like a fog stealing his breath and making his heart beat faster. Steve was surprised. The enemy's strength was not only in muscles. In front of him stood a wave of hardened determination and unbreakable will. He expected Liam's ally to strike from the side, but she stood there, unperturbed, like a statue, filled with an unknown strength. Liam's anger flared, not understanding why his partner was ignoring orders like a shadow with no voice or soul. He humiliated her, ground her to dust with words, forcing her to obey. But an icy indifference glimmered in her gaze. Steve noticed that a crack had appeared in their duet, with rage and anger destroying the former coherence. Her aura blazed with a dark flame, cold, deep, like an abyss, absorbing even light. Steve threw 3 powerful amulets into the battle, hoping to penetrate the defenses that hid her true nature. Now he knew, against true exorcist power, even the strongest barrier is not eternal. The blow dissolved into the void, like a blade cutting through a shadow and touching nothing material. The blade in Steve's hand trembled, like a prayer to the ancient gods holding him back from falling. 5 shamans formed a magic ring, weaving a spell into a single knot that held the entire complex together. The barrier was not held together by amulets. The shamans themselves became its columns, and every breath strengthened the defense. Celine thought it would be enough to destroy half of it, and the defense would fall, like an old wall under the onslaught of a storm. But John knew, even great strength is useless if there is not enough experience, measured not in years, but in centuries. This magic was different, born not for battle, but for hunting, striking at the heart, not the body. Between monsters, Brute force wins, and between shamans, a thin web, woven for someone else's soul. Here, it is not strength that decides, but incompatibility. A step into someone else's magic can become a fall without the right to rise. While the battle was going on, 3 capital shamans came here, carrying away the power of the elder clan and experience older than legends. John felt their cold confidence. Only they could fight the monster that breathed the power of a god. But he advised not to break them all at once. It was enough to destroy 2, and the barrier would fall, washing away the others like a wave. He took on 1, and the allies had to simultaneously hit the other, until the others closed the ring. Celine doubted. He himself had closed his own power flows. Would he have enough strength to withstand? Mia felt uneasy. 2 shamans could become a wall that would not move even with a combined blow. John saw something different in the shamans. They were driven not only by a protective oath, but by pride and a shadow of their former greatness. They were not afraid of casualties among the ordinary. They were held by a thirst for power that would pass in half a year, like a bloody month. They waited for 666 years, shadows that outlasted the lives of their victims, preparing for the night of the monsters. Instead of defenders, they are now just an echo of myths, a barely audible whisper of a bygone world. And from this pain, their pride, anger, and desire to return their lost greatness were born. When the dawn of fear rises, the shamans will descend upon the world again, as they did in ancient times. John admitted, the game was ruined, the plans were messed up, but it was not the end yet. The main culprit had to be caught. And whether it was sooner or later, John believed that retribution would certainly find everyone who betrayed or destroyed. Mia's words, "Do they really care about ordinary people?" Suddenly, the world shook from the alien force that poured into space, like an icy wave from another reality. The feeling was like a memory of the White House, but darker, older, and more dangerous. John remembered the ancient texts, words that gave a moment of power, calling forth might from nothing. Most choose this path, a moment of strength bought through prayer and sacrifice. But there is another, to become a vessel and let the god of the sword into oneself, becoming the blade itself. This power would have broken the will of anyone, even Steve, who felt its breath in his own soul for the first time. And something inside responded to this call, touched his essence, like the icy fingers of a forgotten god. The battle with beings from beyond reality erupts like a cosmic storm. Fear and shock tear apart the silence, scattering it into fragments. Steve knows no retreat. He is like an elusive wind, carried so quickly that enemies lose track of his movements. He dances with his sword in the air, avoiding blows, and then suddenly hides in defense, as if deliberately revealing a weakness, creating doubt. The question hung over them like a menacing cloud. Was there not hidden in this body, Yaguang, a secret beyond the power of either force or reason? Lim points out Steve's demonic blood, evoking the bloody traces of the past that haunt him, evoking fear and cruelty. Despite this, Steve chooses to attack, a wild impulse that speaks of a deep responsibility pulsing through him like fire. His opinions are those of the common people. He is willing to risk his life so that they do not fall under the weight of darkness. Lim doubted Steve's criminality because faith in his true nature was stronger than any accusations or spirit blood. Even if Steve had been a scumbag, Lim would not have believed in the crime. His words were forgiveness and a reflection of faith. Exhausted, Steve stood on the edge of the abyss, his wounds, not only physical, but also torn by his spirit, stronger than any sword. The battle became an abyss that tore apart body and soul, and the poison of ordinary monsters was a deadly challenge for him. Excessive energy expenditure, like waste, exhausted Steve to the limit, leaving his body without the strength to recover. Activating the power requires a precise trigger word. One mistake can unleash an uncontrollable storm that will destroy everything. The tricolor pumpkin is not just an amulet, but a concentrate of energy, woven by masters, not subject to simple yokai. Only a true monster can absorb her power, turning it into an impenetrable shield that sparkles in battle. A new energy center awoke in Steve, a fire of pulsating power in his belly, igniting hope. Long dormant centers awakened, filling his muscles with energy, like new life breaking through the darkness. This energy is similar to chi, invisible but powerful, giving a unique advantage in a difficult fight. But attempts to summon the goblin mace are in vain. The energy is not tuned to the desired vibration, as if invisible shackles are binding. Steve understood that he could not win by force alone. He needed another magic, another path in this battle during life. Despair and tension are intertwined because without a new path, the enemy will remain invincible in this war without boundaries. This is not a battle of brute force. The key to victory is hidden in the subtle magic that weaves a web around the enemy. The light from the mirror flickered, enveloping their shadows. Somewhere in the depths of the corridor, a dialogue between brother and sister was taking place. Kevin was haunted by the taste of the dry airport sandwich, his only meal of the day. Luna just shrugged, advising him to order dinner. He saw the absurdity. So much effort to get here. And now he had to feed himself in the living room and kitchen and not leave it. Her presence attracted shadows of surveillance. The incident during the day became a chain that left them with only common exits and saved them from house arrest. Luna didn't argue, but her gaze rushed to search. She needed that stranger who had saved her from chaos. Kevin realized that there was human blood in this goblin. That was why he became a savior, not an enemy in the eyes of others. They weren't the only ones who saw monsters roaming the city. There was a real threat lurking in the shadows that the authorities were keeping quiet about. The authorities saved face by throwing the blame on convenient victims. Luna sighed. Lies are the same everywhere. Their edges are not much different. It got worse. They worked with the same people who were lying. And soon, they would become rivals. Under the weight of history, he and Luna thought of power. For the descendants of Joseon, shamans are legends, not hope. Luna remembered how Brian had used her, and a desire to become a shield for others burned in her heart. She wasn't alone in her desire to protect, but even Raiju or Yuzuru were powerless against fear back then. A Shikigami is just a shadow. Only loyalty keeps them from disappearing. But when the danger passed, Raiju was supposed to return. But this time, things went differently. The monster's aura knocked the ground out from under his feet. Fear struck, and the hope of escape died out like a spark in the darkness. And then the shaman's body appeared, absorbing Raiju as if locking him in its shell. This had never happened before. Both Raiju and Steve couldn't figure out what exactly had happened. But the same thought flashed through both of their minds. If it weren't for him, they would have remained an eternal spot in the darkness. He knew this was a different fight than the one with the goblin, but it was enough to know that he could win. Steve had the advantage in speed and strength, and the enemy's technique remained beyond his reach. Steve's every move was dispelled by a hostile gaze, and every step was met with a shower of blows that erased the chance of escape. Defense faded into the background. Steve saw in every blow not a danger, but a hint of the way. The enemy saw his doubts, trying to prevent him from taking the initiative and to break his impulse. Steve understood that endless defense was not the answer. Sooner or later, he would have to break through and go on the offensive. The decision had already matured in his heart. There was no longer any need for words or justifications. The enemy began a dance of swords, mad, wild, like an element sweeping away everything in its path. Steve hasn't reached that level yet. Even a genius can't compare to the perfection of the divine. The enemy saw his end and did not hide it. And Steve also felt that the limit was near. He trusted experience. He remembered the goblin whose touch paralyzed the body but did not break the spirit. There will be no perfect moment. Despair burned the heart, and it was this that gave the strength of the decision. Divine possession has a weakness. Even the power of a god is limited by the body that holds it. Steve endured as lightning passed through the sword, burning his body with a fiery scar. He knew there was no other way, and so he no longer hesitated for a moment. Steve realized that the enemy was guarding him like a broken cup. One precise move and everything would end instantly. But Steve knew that a real storm would have broken out then. The fight was over after all, leaving sharp scars as a memento. He saw that the enemy's body was just an empty vessel, and that his essence was hidden deeper, unreachable by the sword. Lim felt audacity in this. Even in defeat, he went his own way, stubbornly disobeying. Lima's ally, filled with trembling hope, called John, and his appearance, like thunder in the middle of the night, frightened her with its unexpectedness. John reproached Steve. The explosion did not occur because of dark magic, but because of his insane and thoughtless courage. The apology fell from his lips, heavy and sincere, but his tired eyes did not hide the shame of his own short-sightedness. Steve didn't try to understand everything. He perceived the world with all its cracks, as it was. For John, this goblin was a friend from school, and the truth had cut like rust on a scar yesterday. But the belief that they were not executioners lived stubbornly. But the decision was not theirs. Liam's ally understood that too close a connection mars a fair trial. Even though the excuse sounded empty, the clan guardian could not stand next to a goblin. It was against the code. John clenched his heart and let go of the burden of the warden's title. He gave up the cold honor like icy shackles. He spoke firmly. "We must act further. Time will not wait, and blood did not attract him." Steve insisted that Lima's ally dispel the barrier, as a clear confirmation of her conquest. There was no choice. She obeyed the order, but beneath the mask there was a small but real fear. Steve froze. In her eyes, strength and horror trembled at the same time, merged into one spark of living fire. John and Steve, after coldly thanking her, ordered her to take the younger ones and leave the battlefield. But Steve warned that even humility could turn into a curse if the truth became known. John admitted that it was not friendship that brought him here, but orders that tore him out of sleep and threw him into the pool, like chips into a turbulent stream. 5 of them held the barrier, waiting to meet. And he had to save his mother and meet the enemy. The tension cut through the silence like a blade. Ahead lay a battle with magic, fear, and an invisible enemy in the heart. Steve thought about the wounds, but John waved them away irritably. Something else was more important now. Ahead are 3 shadows of monsters covering the way. To break through, it was necessary to break at least one of them. Steve has only 2 last arrows of fate in reserve, in the form of a pumpkin. John took one, left the other for his partner. In a half-whisper, he uttered a spell that banished evil. He said, "One of the guardians is already fighting the monster that came to save his aunt. The second monster may have carried off the mother and hidden in the shadows. Their goal is to find it and join them." John was to confront one of the guardians. The others were to flee from the other, waiting for the barrier to fall. At first he thought his friend was lying, but now he saw the truth. His friend was ready to give everything for him. The thought flashed through my mind. The elder wouldn't be able to stand it if he found out that his son was playing with monsters. John was told, "It is enough to kill the man next to him, and everything will change." But the words were lost in the roar of battle. Only 2 of the clan knew everything that happened here. It hurt him to lose a friend who had seen him for who he really was. Even now, when his heart ached for his mother. The old fox had spun her web of wisdom, and John, feeling the weight of a sigh, had long since decided to leave his refuge. Mother had to wait for the roof. Once the barrier disappeared, there would be a chance to escape, even into the unknown, in the Sansa clan. But each of them could be compared to an entire squad. And it was not for nothing that they were called immortals. Their power became a legend, tempered in hundreds of battles. Each had a fighting skill that reflected his soul. In a duel, they seemed insurmountable. Now John had to meet one of them, the one who fought for his own until his last breath. Before him stood Tosin, the 3rd guardian of the clan, known as the Immortal Butcher. And so began the battle, where fear merged with courage, and every blow carried a crumb of hope for salvation. Just a moment ago, the world seemed understandable. until John was pierced by an alien, tenacious pulsation, as if someone's will had dissolved in his body. Mia shuddered. She felt in her heart. Steve was already walking towards his destiny. Her voice trembled, mixed with fear and secret hope. A cold, distant gaze appeared among the dirt and debris. The clan servants watched with disdain, as if they were watching a useless comedy. The fifth guardian, Juanita, felt the rules of this game slipping from her grasp with surprise. Her confidence wavered like a brittle glass shield. John wondered, why did the guardians stand guard at the gates, and not the whole world? And why did his power fade, like a well that suddenly runs dry? He had to admit with pain. There was no time left, even for a breath. The only hope was Steve's tricolor bottles, a sip of which restored his strength. It only took one sip to break out again in a whirlwind of power. If only to get to Steve before the fight broke out. Juanita's heart. What if the master had broken his oath and merged with the freaks he served? The thought burned with cold. The old room smelled of dust and forgotten vows. Tension hung in the air like a spider's web ready to break. Juanita agreed with herself. No matter what happened, the main goal must be protected, like a candle flame in the wind. Her voice turned icy when she asked about pain. The monster would also feel what suffering was. Juanita sighed, remembering that it was she who had forged this cursed blade, born from darkness and despair. A demon is a distorted soul that has retained its intelligence and cunning, differing from a simple evil spirit. They torture their victim until it breaks, to forge from pain and hatred a blade that cuts more than just flesh. Juanita remembered how much strength she had given to this weapon. But would it be enough to stop even greater monsters? All she could do was ask for help from those who had remained faithful. There was no time, but perhaps it was not too late. The Demon Slayer Emperor altered reality itself. His summoning warped the fabric of the world. Shamans worshipped different gods, sometimes even those who were once humans, immortalized in other people's prayers. Heroes became gods not by the sword, but by the memory and sincere desires of the living, who whispered their names. No holy blood or blind faith needed. Only burning memories until the void gives birth to a new god. The shaman held this vessel with prayers. He was given the right to control the power, but also the burden of responsibility. But this time, Juanita felt something strange. Submission to the demon emperor seemed like divine grace. She didn't understand how a monster could touch such power. This feeling was heavy, like a stone in her chest. The thoughts cut like blades. I would have to reconsider my own faith, no matter how much I wanted to. The world had changed. The foul smell of the monster was irritating and intoxicating. The foxes had many tricks, but only two special spells. The first is a necklace of deception. The second is a fetter that binds thoughts. This should be remembered when setting out again on the fox's trail. The fox is not given to hold another's power by the throat. How did she manage to conquer the blade born from the very shadows? Juanita was surprised, because she had warned that demonic blades were predictable and therefore vulnerable. Having recovered, Celine penetrated the secrets of the dominion of alien blades and minted a spell. Sharper than a blade, stronger than a chain. Yokai energy and righteous chi, gifts of the world, pass through the hearts of monsters or people and become burning anger. This fire is special. It is as impossible to mix them as it is to force water to embrace flame. People cannot cast monstrous spells, nor can monsters cast human chi. The world is like a two-faced coin. Celine had to choose, renounce human chi or weave her own technique, a shadow of the old one, but not a copy of it. Even if I created something similar, I wouldn't have time to reproduce all the secret nodes in such a short time. Restrictions were inevitable. Some orders to the blades would not listen to her voice, but passionate curiosity burned stronger than fear. The technology seemed too simple to be real. For demons, there was a taboo. Any spell that would hurt a loved one. But Juanita knew it wasn't just about blood. 5 tails and 1 arm, Celine thought that was enough to tear apart the battlefield. The hand swirled over the city, weaving darkness into the streets, weaving a lace of power. The battle crackled, the city shook from the roar of the elements, and fragments of magic flew like sparks. Celine wondered at the spell that was binding her power, not understanding its root. Grandfather explained that high-level yokai are forced to restrain themselves even when they are allowed to live among humans. Her strength is too great to not wear shackles, and too little to throw them off. Celine smiled bitterly. She lacked experience for freedom, but she already had too much strength for peace. Grandpa Babai warned, even the king of monsters calms his power in the world of people. Even with one hand, summoning 5 tails was too much. The body burned like dawn over the ruins, but the feeling that the limit of the impossible had been crossed was more intoxicating than wine. The soul Juanita wanted to summon was inferior to the one already embedded in the blades. Otherwise, it would have cost even more. A dark silhouette appeared behind, whispering about an eternal game and new amusements. The barrier was melting, and Mia realized they had succeeded. All that was left was to hope that everyone was still alive. She wasn't worried about Celine, but her heart sank with fear when she was around Steve. Steve walked out, his gaze full of what seemed like 1,000 questions that never became words. Mia reassured him. Celine had used magic to avoid frightening his mother. Gratitude became a heavy knot in the throat. They threw themselves into the abyss for his sake, not even thinking that they were performing a feat. Steve remembered a strange relief, as if the world began to breathe easier and the barrier was weak. On the way, Steve noticed that the shamans were fighting strangely, as if they were keeping watch rather than fighting side by side. Steve wondered, were they forbidden to be together? Or was there a feud brewing between them? Although the chance was small, it couldn't be ruled out. They had to have a plan in case the barrier fell. But there was one more shaman left, the final, darkest barrier. Steve knew he would focus on those who tried to hide when the barrier was gone. But without unity of forces, they will not have enough power to break the last enemy. Brian admired his courage with a sly smile, saying that he could love such an offspring. And suddenly, he appeared before him, waved his hand as if to an old friend, and the world again shifted into the abyss of battle. Their paths crossed again, and the reason for his appearance was voiced with an icy certainty that squeezed the heart like a vice. He thought of Windfall when a hurricane had risen around Mia's feathers, sharp and hard as a seasoned storm. Their strength was enough to pierce small monsters, but these feathers became almost defenseless against giants. But the real essence was hidden in the accumulated storm. An explosion could turn the impulse into destruction, burning everything in its path. Brian dropped it. Even if he gave all his strength, it wouldn't stop the shaman. He would disperse the magic like smoke in a whirlwind. So, the main thing is not the force of the blow, but its sharpness, to cut the world like a thin canvas, and not to press on it. Mia shuddered. A shadow of the previous fight appeared in front of her. The goblin who had once stopped Steve, and she had then pulled him away, not allowing them to come to close quarters. Thunder flared in her eyes. Next time no hand would stop her pen, even if he tried. Brian just smiled, admitting that he couldn't stop all the feathers, no matter how hard he tried. He glanced at her, cold and sober. There was no point in wasting energy where there was no chance. It was better to hit where it hurt the most. Brian did not hide his surprise. He did not expect to meet so soon, but the line had long been crossed, and now there was retribution left. He became the bait, leaving traces so that he would be caught first. The enemy hunted the shadow of his escort, an easier achievement in the darkness. Even without a barrier, the path to freedom is strewn with traps, and only one guardian guards it. Then something happened that shouldn't have happened. 4 guardians and 2 guardian-level shamans stood at one point. Steve's companions did not have the strength to contain such a barrage, and this became clear even without words. And reinforcements are still on the way. Time melts away like snow in the midday sun. But Brian firmly believed that he could lead everyone astray if Steve accepted his only difficult condition. Steve accepted it silently. A heavy price to pay for the safety of those you love. But there was no other choice. Brian showed them the way. Go down and just walk. The road is now open. He admitted, the last guardian is gone. so now it's up to them. The phone spoke with a strange echo, the voice of the one who stole the owner's soul, whispering not to waste a second. Celine stood in the twilight, like the shadow of a forgotten secret, and silently felt the touch of something sharp, tormenting the peace. Tosin promised on the line to disappear without interfering with the escape, and was surprised by his own decision to retreat. But he raised his weapon and pointed it at John for the sake of a legend that would save everyone from suspicion of treason. The shot was supposed to create a story where they defeated Kim Jae-gun, and this fiction would become the mainstay. Even if the old images don't disappear, such a step will give them a chance to return again. Finally, Tosin asked for one thing: to live in such a way that his sacrifice had weight. He turned and disappeared, leaving behind only a shadow and the air tense as a string. Outside, the sun's rays tore through the gray haze, and people began to gradually forget about the recent disaster. Life was returning to its usual rhythm. People were walking the streets again, pretending to be calm. But in every glance, a crumb of fear trembled, like a shadow that never left even under the sun. For with Brian's arrival, the silence disappeared, hiding somewhere in the old cellars. His steps awakened the ancient horror that lurked in the hearts of the inhabitants. The televisions were silent about the monsters, but mistrust grew between people like poisonous grass, squeezing the throat of anyone who believed in peace. So until the looming threat became overt, Mia allowed herself to breathe. It was like a short, fragile vacation. Steve's mother was out shopping, collecting the fragments of her past life. Their house was still standing, albeit disfigured. Its walls needed to be rebuilt. In the meantime, the authorities provided the family with a temporary shelter outside the city. There, among the pine trees, they could pretend that the world was safe again. Although everyone hid behind masks of humanity, the real traits remained. Steve's mother was treasured as a fragile hope, even without an obvious threat. Mia wanted to heal her friend's soul at least a little. The first thing that came to her mind was to cook something warm, homey, and real for him. She eagerly asked Steve about his favorite flavors. Her words sounded easy, but in each one you could feel the pain for her friend. Steve tried the dish that Mia cooked. He remembered his mother's recipes, and childhood memories touched his heart again. At dinner, they talked about what had happened. Steve blamed himself for not saving people, and his eyes glowed with sadness and guilt. But the blame lay with the shamans, and there was no point in despair. Steve understood that every action had consequences, even if it broke your heart. But the thoughts wouldn't leave him. How was Celine? She stayed among people to gain strength. Would she have enough? Mia decided to visit her friend. When she entered, she saw Celine lying pale, as if between light and darkness, silently struggling with something invisible. The girl seemed exhausted, although there was not a single visible wound on her. Her silent struggle was more frightening than any words. Celine had to be returned to the yokai world, but then she would lose her title as her clan's envoy. Destiny demanded sacrifices. The ghost foxes knew no regrets. For the sake of power, they would bite out their own sister's throat. There, in their world, another danger lay in wait for Celine. But even here she was tormented by someone invisible, an evil spirit that gnawed away her strength from within, punishing her for unknown sins or losing in someone else's game. The friends realized that they couldn't cope on their own. And then Mia gathered her courage and decided to call for help from those who walk between the world and the shadow. So they went to check on Celine. The picture was terrible. His strength was fading, and the shadow inside was growing. They had to act immediately. But Celine was under Dongti's spell, and it seemed as if a black cloud had risen above her. Only by dispelling this darkness could one reach her. She found herself on the edge of the abyss. What settled in her soul carried cold horror. Whoever did such evil deserved hell. Even the ghosts retreated. Exorcising a spirit could destroy not only him, but 1,000 innocents. It was like playing with a red-hot blade. She should be returned to the yokai world, because there the curse could be contained. But how can one leave a friend, condemning him to eternal darkness? they decided to save the girl, at least out of pity. What happened to her, you wouldn't wish on your enemy, no matter how cruel he was. The gentleman who had proposed the ritual stood in the circle of Celine's friends. Words of gratitude were heard from all around, like silent prayers before a storm. They began preparations. They needed a spirit exorcist and a strong vessel. The spirit had to be bound, for its power came from the poisonous emotions that bubbled within it like a dark root. The spirit fed on hatred and fear. If the supply of this poison ran out, it would disappear or be reborn as an even more evil creature. But the spirits that latched onto the body like hungry leeches and turned it into their puppet were also cursed. Therefore, the vessel needed to be the strongest, otherwise the spirit would break out and bring death to everyone it touched. There was very little time left, so Steve went in search of an exorcist. Celine's fate hung in the balance, and every second seemed like an eternity. But right on the street he ran into John's younger sister. Her anger was sharper than any words, and she rushed at Steve. She blamed him for everything that had happened to her brother. Her eyes were blazing with rage, thirsting for blood and retribution. At home, she only threw a bottle of water on the table, emphasizing her disdain. But Steve was not interested in pride, but in the chance to save his friend. John, without raising his eyes, spoke about freedom. He renounced the clan because he wanted to live by his own rules, not orders. The conversation turned to the main point. John was one of the 3 best exorcists, but his skills came at a high price. The dialogue touched on the topic of a split world. 2 poles, the world of monsters and the world of people. And between them stretch continents and islands that have become something in between. Neither one nor the other. Between the worlds lies the land of dragons, a wild land where foreign laws do not apply. There, a great tournament in honor of the dragon's daughter was approaching. John offered a deal. Steve would become his ally in the tournament. Only then would he agree to help exorcise the spirit. This offer was their last hope. Steve clenched his fists, realizing that every step he took could change someone else's fate. The East Coast fluttered in the background, its views looking like fragments of an ancient fairy tale where each wave hid forgotten secrets. Lady Gu greeted them like a shadow of silk and thanked them for coming to celebrate the birthday of the Dragon Lord's daughter. John then introduced Steve, using his middle name to keep his real face behind a curtain of incognito. At the tournament, everyone was allowed to fight. People, yokai, because dragons did not submit to any kingdom or laws. But the main threat was hidden in the pair of Steve and John, a yokai and a human together, an ideal target for other people's gossip and suspicions. So John warned, Steve should pretend to be a mere mortal, and he himself would take the burden of the strongest enemies onto his own shoulders. Lady Gu then explained the rules and number of fights, and finally, she handed over jade pendants that monitored their position and strength. The mask Steve wore turned him into an ordinary person. His Kui level was hidden in the darkness, like a sleeping dragon. Ahead, the friends saw a black hole, like an abyss, which was supposed to take them to the heart of the real tournament. The eyes of the enemies burned with hunger for strength. Their breath seemed like poison, ready to strike any careless opponent. Next, they read out the rules. Fight in pairs, the loser twice is eliminated, and points are counted for every victory. The final is tomorrow. And now it's a marathon of fights, where you need to win as many as you can, or drop out of the race forever. Steve made a vow to himself. To win, no matter what the cost, fear or blood should not be an obstacle. The opponents turned out to be young monsters with a level breathing with rage and ruthlessness, like a pack of wolves before a jump. The enemy's aura burned the skin, making the heart beat faster, as if before falling into an icy abyss. The rivals exuded wolfish hatred. They were thirsty for trophies, and their eyes shone with a ghostly hunger. And so the battle began. The opponents whirled in a dance of death, where every movement could be the last. The attacks fell with the force of thunder. The magic was torn free, mixing in a whirlpool like a pack of hungry animals. Steve's opponent was as strong as an ancient demon, and every blow he struck smelled of the cold of death. But Steve wasn't weak either. Even before he found out he was a half-breed, he had mastered dozens of fighting styles. His movements on the battlefield were like a dance, his blows falling evenly, like notes in a dark symphony. 3 precise blows to the enemy only cut the skin, like light scratches. But the fight was not over yet. But the fight continued. Fate hung in the air like a blade over the neck. No one could say who would win in this game on the brink of life and death. The attacks intertwined in a wild maelstrom of fear, like ghosts circling the arena, leaving behind the smell of ash and blood. The special power of the yokai gave them an insane advantage. Their wounds healed like reviving scars, breaking the hopes of their enemies. The monsters still had one irreversible loss, their core, their second heart, which could not be revived. Steve did not hesitate to tear the core out of his opponent's body. He understood that he would be resurrected, but would lose his memory and strength, becoming a child. Although it was against the rules of the tournament, Steve himself offered to kill him in order to return the lost core to his brother. He also added that the enemy could eat his body. For ordinary people, this would sound like madness, but here everyone had different laws. The rivals froze in fear. Now what they feared most was not Steve, but the one who stood behind him and led him forward. Steve fought with cold calculation, distributing his strength like the streams of a river. And thanks to this, he won. John's plan worked. The mask really did hide the monster's true power, preventing his enemies from feeling his dark essence. As long as the mask covered his chi, to others, Steve was only human, and therefore not as much of a threat as he seemed. John began to teach him the little tricks of the tournament, so that their pair could win sparring matches faster and more accurately. The reason for participation was not the thirst for fame or treasure. John wanted to unlock the power that lay deep within Steve. The guy had 2 sources intersecting, shamanism and the cursed blood of the yokai, and John sought to awaken the first by curbing the second. This way, Steve can one day become the king of the monsters and still keep his human heart to protect those he loves. This is actually why they organized the tournament, to temper and develop the shaman's strength. The opponents, with burning hatred in their eyes, realized their defeat and decided to surrender, saving their strength for revenge. The opponent's brother was wounded and almost broken, so there was no choice but to swear to repay the debt with blood. They vowed to repay Steve, even if it meant going against their own clan, as his power grew even greater. But the fight was over, and John and his partner had a brief moment to recuperate and gather their spirits before the next trials. But they received a token from the House of the Ascending Place, like a key to the gate, which opens only to those whom the house itself recognized as worthy. But these tokens devoured a lot of energy, like greedy ghosts, so they had to be saved until the truly critical moment. Lady Gu announced that the battle in the 5 arenas had ended incredibly quickly, leaving only screams and dust. Among the winners was Chloe, who destroyed 2 yokai with 1 blow, like a whirlwind of blades, without blinking an eye. The treasures of the tournament beckoned everyone. The right to take any gift from the treasury seemed like a temptation that could break the will. But Chloe didn't come for gold or glory. The only thing that drove her forward was Louis's legacy, hidden somewhere within the castle walls. An ice giant boar has frozen in the arena. It is enough not to touch it, and the ice will retreat, turning its cold breath on the beast. James's partner stopped half a step short of the limit, not daring to rush any further. Ahead lay a merciless cycle of new fights. James understood that these fights were just a rehearsal for a great battle, where every blow touches the boundaries between human will and the abyss of power. For Mia, there was no choice. Victory opened the way to the treasury, where the vessel for the cursed spirit of Celine was hidden. He vowed to fight, although his heart was constricted with anger. The tournament stretched into eternity, and there was no turning back. Mia decided to ask about her friend, whether he was participating in the tournament. The words cut through the silence like a blade, touching the forbidden. And they answered her. Under a false name, he really was among the participants. This breath of hope refreshed the heart after long weeks of silence. James advised, asking directly. But Mia knew that if he were here, he would go with them to face the threat himself. Meanwhile, 4 more fights took place. Steve won, remaining unshakable, like a mountain holding a storm on itself. The opponents saw only icy calm and steel in his movements, not understanding where he got the strength to stand. John touched his hand and felt a faint, warm pulsation. Power flickered where it should have burned out long ago. He realized that Steve was spending energy as if he were breathing it, saving every spark for the final blow. This is not something that scrolls or mentors can teach you. It comes when you find yourself alone between fear and your own last breath. John told me to sit down, take off my shoes, and concentrate. The lotus position was to become a support for the breath and the flow of power. He poured a drop of his power into him. Warmth spread through his veins, and Steve breathed, listening to the calm rhythm of his friend. John explained that there are nodes of power in the body, like secret gates. To open them is to let the storm pass without breaking the heart. 64 points to feel, half on the inhale, half on the exhale. This is the basis of the shaman's power. While John held these knots, Steve had to learn to hear the energy moving inside. Only then could he stand where everyone else fell. Only one woman entered the arena. Lady Gu called out a name with a smile, causing even the calmest of people to flinch. She is the heir of the Lewis family. Her appearance blurred the line between legend and living blood. John froze Steve, teaching him how to breathe properly. A mistake could be fatal even before the battle. He was joking about a comic book where they described the techniques that way. But underneath the laughter was a worry as sharp as a blade. Steve won 5 fights, and it was time for John to step into the arena and accept the challenge that had fallen like ice rain. Chloe looked at him with the coldness of steel and advised him to surrender immediately. Her voice squeezed his chest so tightly that he forgot how to breathe. After 5 battles, Chloe remained unharmed, like a rock in the storm, and even John did not know whether this was real strength or a random caress of fate, which bypassed the blow. Purple fire tore through the air. Chloe's divine wind taming glittered like lightning tearing through the night sky. John raised his thunder sword, swirling through the air like thunder in a storm, tearing apart the silence and sucking the breath from the very sky. The blow cut through the space, washing away the line between the elements and man. The arena trembled as if alive. John did not hit, although he could have hit 5 times. Something invisible held his hand back, like a shadow behind his back. The platform rocked, and there was a rumble underneath. The impact should have destroyed the arena, but it only cracked along the edge. John felt that there was a different kind of magic here, like the heirs of Lewis, who could conquer even the weight of the stone that squeezed the earth beneath their feet. Confidence burned in her eyes. She knew that the power born of the earth would not change. Usually, Chloe gave a chance to retreat, but this time he decided not to leave any exceptions. Chloe merged with the arena, changing her weight, shackling the enemy like shackles made of the hardest material. John knew that only those who challenged the stronger had the right to stand on the edge and not fall. In the semi-darkness of John's room, the memory burned. The smell of ashes and tea smoke merged the past with the present, making his heart beat faster. Fatigue, like a heavy cloak, squeezed his shoulders, and hunger ate away at his thoughts from within. But even exhausted, he had to stand, because to fall meant to surrender. Uncle's voice sounded like an icy blade cutting through the silence. Another hour of standing, and only then would the dish have real flavor. John lifted the sword, heavier than his own soul. The others ran and laughed, but he was left alone with the cold biting his lungs. Uncle compared people to swords. They forge and temper them for a long time, but their real value lies in the essence of the metal, not in its shine. And his uncle saw in him a tree with a heart of stone and veins of roots. One more step, and it would withstand even a furious hurricane. But John did not want this power. To him, battles, clan ambitions, and power seemed cold as the night over the rocks. The chance of being born a shaman is 1 in 10,000. But this path is full of broken bodies and decayed hopes. To be the heir of a clan? An empty title that eats away at the soul. Half of the blood in it is already dead, and the other half gives only crumbs of power. Uncle's words fell like an icy blow. Another moment of hesitation, and the pain would drive even the shadow of breath out of you. His uncle painted him a picture of the future. The country would bow its head, and John would become the one who punished and held the whip. There was a hereditary mission in this cruelty. Otherwise, said the uncle, the family blade would rust and become futile. But John saw the truth. They were not heroes, but shadows ruling by fear. Darkness beats in power, not honor. 4 years passed. The city was ablaze with flowers, but old fears and unhealed wounds still wandered the alleys. John was leafing through the yellowed pages of a book when figures with cold, steel-like gazes loomed over him. Their elbows nudged, as if testing whether it would break. But John met them with a look that burned with icy defiance. They saw him as different from everyone else. And for John, these provocations were nothing. Dirt is not scary to someone who has already seen darkness. They moved on to another, a skinny guy with a phone in his shaking hands who became a toy for them. The phone fell to the floor with a thud. The guy dreamed of friendship, but got fists and shame. The hooligan's laughter was ragged and prickly, like rust. They beat, driving out their own fear into someone else's pain. But real evil is not in the blow, but in the cold calculation when you choose who exactly to break. John recognized in this a world where the strong devour the weak, and where heroes are only fairy tales for the naive. And then another guy appeared, with a smile that cut through the darkness like the first ray of sunshine. He reminded John of the past, extended a hand of friendship where hatred reigned. The hooligans became even more angry. Their laughter became predatory, like fangs tearing into pieces. They pounced on him, striking as if they were trying to wipe his light from the face of the earth. But when the dust settled, there was a bully lying on the floor. And standing over him was John, his eyes sharp as tempered steel. Steve saw this power, cold as the night wind, and he felt fear mixed with silent delight. John said harshly, "People like them don't need a reason. They'll just break it because they can." John couldn't help but think. The guy for whom they had burned and fought hadn't even dropped a thank you. And a silent question arose. Was all this ashes of pain worth it? But Steve knew that silence made things worse. Sometimes you have to fight, even if it hurts, because that's your way. He knew how to run, but this time he chose to stand. And even if it was on his own, he had to overcome his fear. In class, John glanced at the empty desk next to him. There was an invitation in that look, silent but sincere. School days promised to be rough, John warned, but he held out his hand anyway. An invitation to build a bridge of friendship through the storms. The old arena, like a silent witness of the ages, hid a 1,000-year-old memory in the stone that held the stage of centuries, stirred by the hands of the generals of the past. A light blow split the stone, and it seemed as if history itself had shuddered. A young man, barely 20, had thrown out his strength like a storm in silence. John looked back and realized that this night had been the turning point that had severed his connection with home and opened the way to an unknown destiny. Steve once had a dream, to become the king of the yokai, a quiet fire with a heart that forged words more powerful than magic. These words seemed empty, but they contained the spirit of the wind, tearing away the veils of ancient legends about human shamans. With sword in hand, John bore the burden of friendship with his own kind, knowing that to stay close, he had to change himself. Something had gone wrong. Lady Gu felt the force of the blow tear apart all plans. Even the generals who had been beaten by life would choose the shadow of retreat. And even flight would not have saved John. The enemies, like predatory animals, closed the ring, and the end seemed as inevitable as the sunrise. But one impetuous step broke the course of fate. Lady Gu paused for a moment, thinking, what else could this gift of his be? Chloe wove the triple divine wind technique. and her new storm tore through the air with a fury that could cut through space. 3 streams of magic destroyed everything around them in a maddening flurry, so that even 10 experienced magicians would not be able to withstand one. Lady Gu clenched her teeth so hard that even her breath turned bloody. The audacity to curb the yokai's fury with one jerk seemed like madness from the fabric of old legends. The elements raged like an angry ocean, the arena groaned under explosions, and the fighters whirled in a bloody tank of magic. John saw the storm he had just reflected return. This was not blind force, but someone's cold, cruel control over her. Chloe was surprised. 3 streams should have broken any defense, and her carefully verified calculations were cracking like thin ice under the scorching sun. He spent his last bits of strength to stand firm in the storm, and only a miracle saved him at the cost of a wounded, burning hand. Even if he survives, both will remain broken. 5 victories in a row seemed like a legend, not a reality. But the last impulse was to wipe him off the face of the earth. Why didn't he run away? Chloe felt a strange sadness for this stubborn warrior. John stood there, covered in his own blood, but his gaze was blazing with invincibility. He was going to fight, even against fate. The enemy watched with a shudder as John raised his sword again. But his body was already failing him, and he barely had the strength to hold on. He cut through the divine storm, but the pain made him fall like a broken flag in a storm. Everything went dark around him. Chloe reasoned, if this was really a forbidden technique, why didn't he strike a second time? Perhaps there was too high a price hidden in her heart, capable of burning its bearer. Though exhausted to the bone, John did not lower his hand to strike back. His honor was stronger than fatigue and sharper than fear. And smiling, he admitted that he would rather surrender than break his own code. John was a master at weaving a web of lies. His retreat was only a shadow hiding the real battle. A gust of wind destroyed all the hidden reserves, and in his hands remained only the fragments of the barrier, which could no longer protect. In the face of the monster, this was not enough. But John stepped forward, choosing to fight rather than run away in disgrace. Chloe would have walked into the very flames, but she hid behind a curtain of magic. Her insolence turned into despair, stretching through every step. Sword and blood danced madly, blows thundering, bones cracking, and the earth groaning under their madness. Yokai technique, the pressure of the Thai mountains, hung over her movements like an invisible mountain, making every step heavier and turning her body into a sharpened sword. John saw through the blows. So what? To split the top, you have to break your own sword, and maybe your own soul. Her skin was tougher than forged steel, and his blade only left scratches on the stone mask of power. Chloe felt that even the most accurate blow was only noise in the eternal flow, because her blessing was stronger than the thread of fate. But for the first time, someone came so close, and without words, it was clear. This path, although bloody, is not entirely futile. The unique techniques of the yokai have cracks that are visible only to those who have looked for them in forgotten scrolls and old books. John studied them at night. The elements, the weak points, anything that would give him a chance to shake the monster's power at least once. It is impossible to destroy them all, but one crack found becomes a ray of hope for those who do not want to fall. Only by defeating at least one of the 8th rank can you survive, even if there are demons and shadows around you. Uncle used to say that teaching a man to cut steel was like calling a storm, but John couldn't escape the challenge. Uncle admitted, against ordinary spirits there would have been a chance, but those born with gifts wipe all chances into dust. Chloe knew that perfect technology was only a world that would melt away over time, like the morning fog over the mountains. Only by understanding the flow of energy from which this mirage is woven can one see the true face of power. John smiled, remembering how many scrolls his uncle had read. Perhaps more than the stars in the night sky, but Uncle was silent. For words without skill are empty sounds, and endless training does not promise victory. The technique that John learned in the battle itself was a miracle even among the gifts of shamans, bordering on legends. Once upon a time, in the ancient depths of China, there lived a butcher whose skill resembled real witchcraft. The knife, like the elements, danced in his hands. His movements were calm, like a slowly flowing river, and blood was spilled only where fate mercilessly demanded it. He saw the animal not with his eyes, but with his soul, following invisible laws, where the blade slid between skin and flesh, as if on a cloud. For 19 years he chopped off thousands of heads, and yet remained as sharp as fresh lightning, ready to cut through the air. The king appreciated this not just as a skill, but as a path of frugality and deep respect, a true art of life and death. Over time, this legend became the basis of the shamanic technique of the killing strike, which shrouded warriors in fear for many generations. The young man who mastered this technique felt no joy. His heart remained empty, like a defeat lost at sea. John lay wounded in the arena, his hand bleeding as he counted the steps to the inevitable final battle. Lady Gu saw not weakness, but unwavering pride and resilience that taught one to fight even when one's strength was at its limit. Her words carried the wisdom of the times, learning to value not only one's own strength, but also the dignity of one's opponent. He was not mistaken in his assessment of the enemy. That is why he took a step that seemed fateful, as if he had returned. The secret of his sword remained unknown even to Lady Gu, a power that steps between worlds and reality at the same time. He smashed through seemingly insurmountable attacks without flinching, as if he were trying to complete a forgotten task. Chloe held on thanks to amazing regeneration. Her body grew again, like living stones, unshakable and strong. John's sword cut her in half, but she came back to life like an element that could not be killed. Her mind froze in surprise. Such an incredible power of restoration had never been seen before, like the living pressure of a mountain rock. She could still fight, although the future of the fight remained murky, a mystery that the referee was eager to uncover. The young man seemed to have lost consciousness in the first exchange of blows, falling into a deep trance outside of time. This state is a miracle in the midst of chaos, protecting them from defeat, although it is difficult to get out of it. Otherwise, they would both fall. In a world where power determined everything, accepting defeat became the first step to true strength. Chloe valued the young man's lessons. Without them, she would not have stood on the battlefield long ago, understanding her own weakness. She realized that the real path of improvement was just beginning, and she would return with renewed vigor. The match was over, but their subsequent battles remained as unpredictable as shadows in the evening darkness. The Dragon Palace hid secrets that changed and disappeared like ghosts in the darkness of the unknown. Steve felt as if she had woken up from a dream, where time dragged on in a strange, unknown dimension. He hesitated about rushing into a new battle, but his spirit burned brighter than before. Steve was ready to fight until his last breath, even if the fire went out at the end of the road. Their arguments boiled like a breathing magical vortex, living together with them in the same rhythm. The boy who stood up again was no longer the same. A new fire of strength and color burned in his chest. Chloe knew that such a partner was a true gift that not everyone had in this ruthless world. Time passed. Tension grew. Their fate was being decided on the edge, where every step could be their last. Steve was silently hinting that it was time to act without delay. Otherwise, the chance would disappear forever, leaving only sadness. His words were like a spell, compressing the will and raising the spirit until the last, decisive battle. The changes in her after the first pain became the beginning of new growth. In the spring, after a long, cold winter, the young man was still limited. His magic seemed tamed, but his spirit stood strong, unbreakable. He was beginning to recover his strength without the experience of the enemy, but was ready to take on a new challenge. The judge announced the winner of the other fights and called for new, even more difficult tests. The shadow of battle pulled forward, but when the spirit broke, there was no way out, only forward. Lady Gu indicated the limits of the fight. This is no longer a tournament, but a duel, where every choice is a step into the unknown. If the warriors are ready, intervention becomes a sin, and the consequences become a harsh fate that never sleeps. The young knight, cast into oblivion, turned into a shadow of insolence, as if a stone weight had fallen on their path. The next battles were waiting. The choice was simple: a step forward or capitulation to an unknown enemy. Ray was found in the ruins, Luna holding him, and a warm sprout of hope grew in his chest, like a flower through the ashes of a forgotten battle. But further on, another abyss awaited. Fighters breathing steel and shadow, whose life and death merged into the rhythm of battle. Among them stood the former leader of the Hall of Suziriev, and next to him stood his silent companion, just a shadow gliding behind his shoulders. Names of the past flowed out of the darkness, squeezing hearts with anxiety. Was this John, the same one who had once been nearby? Kevin remembered believing in him, but the wounds had torn the path out of his palm, rewriting his fate in bloody lines. They were only human, and that truth cut deeper than a sword in a world where magic breathed in every movement. Luna hesitated, wondering if it was him. But the Dragon Palace was rarely wrong about such things. The fighters' gazes intertwined like blades before a blow. A moment of silence before the iron began to sing. Kevin remembered the old connection with John, a thin thread that could unite enemies, if only for a breath. Matthew's servant nodded, acknowledging old acquaintance in the way that those accustomed to living in the shadows do. But timidity broke through in his words. Kevin quietly suggested that he should retreat, but the servant rejected his offer sharply, like a blade that knows no hesitation. Honor does not tolerate concessions. The thought of fighting another mortal tasted bitter on his lips, like the ashes of defeat before it even began. The moon spoke of her brother. It was not meekness that kept him in bonds, but the lack of that winter blade that should have grown in his chest. Matthew saw in Kevin's words not weakness, but human confusion, more valuable than 1,000 swords. He suggested something else: to fight without magic, only with body and spirit, like the ancient warriors under the moon. Kevin wanted to object, but Luna calmed him with a look. Death was not the goal of this ritual. He knew that even defeat would not break the path, because until now he had not known the true bitterness of a fall. The judge watched from the shadows. There would be no lightning or screams, only blows, precise as the gusts of a storm. The battle began quietly, like the first thunder somewhere over the horizon, bringing a downpour. Zhang was standing somewhere to the side. Nokyu, once an ardent dreamer, is now an officer of the Dragon Palace. He wanted to become a general, shed rivers of sweat and blood, but fate remained deaf. The clan had not given him the hereditary power, and his efforts had hit the cold stone of doom. He gave in, laid down his sword, and chose the peace of officialdom instead of eternal war. But the heat of battle still smoldered in his heart, not allowing him to forget who he once was. That is why he volunteered to go where others saw only the shadow of death. And that's why Jang Noku saw what eluded others, and a chill of foreboding burned through him. The fight flared up, blows rained down like meteors, tearing apart the space of the arena. Flashes of light wove into the chaotic dance of light and shadow around the fighters. They fought without regret, without fear, as if every move could be the last. Even the uninitiated could see that they lacked cold calculation, only a mad desire. They forgot about protection and rushed forward as if rage itself was leading them by the hand. It seemed that the rejection of magic only fueled the dark thirst for destruction. Each blow shattered the arena, raising dust, sparks, and echoing cracks in the stone. The magical currents still swirled around them, turning the battle into a wild rhythm of destruction. In the end, both were wheezing from exhaustion, and there was only a moment left before the decisive explosion of power. Jang Noku felt that the next exchange would be the key that would turn off the end. The fight turned into a heavy dance, where strength and spirit intertwined into a single melody. The stone cracked. The arena shook, as if it was about to crumble under the weight of this duel. But Kevin saw Matthew stop before he could complete what could have been a fatal blow. He remembered the promise: to keep the demonic wrath behind bars, without spilling unnecessary blood. Luna realized that the mask that covered him was holding back the true essence of his half-blood power. Kevin felt it too. Matthew had bottled up his own rage, fighting to keep the shadow from escaping. He was not a master of combat, but the impression left behind was deeper than that of the sharpest sword. Luna realized that this battle had become their silent dialogue, where there was more to be heard than in words. For even in madness, connections are born that are stronger than fear and pride. And somewhere off to the side, John cursed, still not understanding the meaning of this wild confession of steel. The stone-like withered petals, whispering of the lost pride of John's line, of a history that could never be pieced back together. He admitted he didn't really love the mask. For him, it was just a symbol, a shadow that was supposed to protect from ghosts, but never warmed the heart. But he shuddered. Man had managed to destroy what had once stopped the night demons and the very fury of the gods. Lady Gu brought an icy word. They were forbidden to fight any further. The finale must be a spectacle for the king and the nobility. But Yuman confirmed Steve's identity, and this fact, like a shield, saved them from shame and exile. Lady Gu said quietly, "There will be no severe punishment. The path will not be cut off. They have been given another path. 7 wins could have been the key to the final. A chance that is not given twice, especially after a violation." Lady Gu said that the Dragon King himself was interested in the half-breed, like a forgotten legend, the ending of which he wants to see with his own eyes. It was not a pardon, but rather a silent command. They were eager to see how his song would end. John felt that they were being given one more battle, and it was up to them to decide whether it would be the last. But fear was tormenting his heart. It seemed easier to leave now than to stay. The escape was even more frightening. The wrath of the Dragon Palace could crush anyone who interfered. Steve's words left a crumb of faith. If these were changes from within, then the path was not yet lost. Steve retreated to the others, leaving John in a silence that squeezed his lungs like cold water. The brother and sister whispered nearby, stopping the bleeding but not silencing the scars in their souls. Luna, confused, thanked Steve, but the words broke, as if they could not contain all the pain and gratitude. He smiled wearily, without pathos. He did what he had to do, and there was real magic in that. But an invisible knot of debt remained in her heart, squeezing her thoughts like a rope on her wrist. The girl did not yet know what she really wanted. Her heart was drowning in a fog of doubts and fear. Her ideal was not a hero, but a reckless warrior, and this realization was as terrifying as the cold of dawn. A week ago, she would not have understood this disappointment, but now she was afraid to even name it. The truth bit sharper than a blade. She saw in him something wild, not for the human heart. Lady Gu's voice interrupted her thoughts. The battles are over. It's time to move to the waiting room. Amid the wreckage of doubts and hopes, they moved forward, each with his own shadow behind him. Steve promised to meet in the final, and these words echoed like a premonition of the inevitable. Luna tried not to listen to her heart, but doubt squeezed it like an icy chain. A week ago, Kevin believed that the heir knew the truth, but now he realized that this was a delusion. He told John, and he listened silently, through fatigue and pain, as if searching for meaning in the words. John said sincerely, with despair in his voice, that he regretted what had happened. Kevin reminded him of the disaster, and John turned pale, remembering the burning ruins of the Hall of Constellations. Kevin, with clenched fists, spoke about the night ambush, hypnosis, and the bitter truth. The whole thing was orchestrated by the goblin Brian, who lured them to a place where even prayers could not be heard. Most did not return. They died, and among them was John's father, the Lord of the 10,000 gods. Kevin hesitantly offered to help, but John asked to be left alone. Lady Gu's gaze was filled with worry, and her voice broke like torn silk. She confessed that her challenge had been a trap, and that there was too little time left to explain everything. In desperation, she begged, "No matter what happened, do not interfere. A force from another world was waiting behind the door." The princess appeared like a shadow, instantly turning into a dragon. Her aura filled the air with anxiety, almost magical power. The arrival was like thunder on a cloudless night. She aimed to meet both participants of the tournament, but only came across one. There was an icy note of disappointment in her voice, but she held back her emotions and accepted the inevitable without further ado. With cold grace, she called herself Miri, heir to the dragon throne, future ruler of the mysterious yokai who ruled the darkness. When she said Steve's name, it sounded like a spell, awakening in him a pinch of anxiety that quickly turned into a pulsating sense of danger. Her piercing gaze and sharp words cut deeper than a blade. She was surprised that in the goblin's eyes there was not simple cunning, but real wisdom. Miri remembered an ancient legend. Once upon a time, goblins were rulers of power, but greed and stupidity destroyed their greatness, leaving only a conflagration. She relied on the king's word. To become the queen of the yokai, she had to overcome someone like him. Strong and unyielding, almost legendary. Steve realized that the prohibitions against interfering were not just a rule, but a test of spirit and strength that would determine the true winner. He dreamed of the throne, but he felt that the time and place of this battle were not on his side, as if the whole world held its breath and watched him. For Miri, it was the perfect moment. Her eyes blazed with an absolute challenge that required no words, only ruthless action and steely resolve. She spoke of the brothers and sisters left behind in the palace, and of the throne that would await their ally, the heir chosen by the king. There was disgust in her words. Why strive for the dragon throne when you can become the queen of the yokai, the owner of power not measured by blood? Her dream was not power. She was drawn to combat, where strength and will make history, not ancient blood ties or vows. The king sought to protect his daughter from war, but Miri chose the path of honor and fire, to move forward despite the danger. Tomorrow, on her birthday, she will officially announce her participation in the tournament, which will mark the beginning of a new era of wrestling. In case of defeat, she will become the bride of the winner, and he will immediately ascend the throne, uniting the throne and power. Steve was shocked by the news of the marriage, but Miri explained that they would announce it after the tournament to avoid chaos and panic. The king knew that no one would give up power over the Eastern Ocean, although he did not give anyone a guarantee of victory. Deep in her soul, excitement was burning. Tomorrow she would go into real combat for the first time, where dreams turn into blood and fire. She was eager to meet the strongest enemy, even if fate seemed doomed to begin an endless struggle. Steve, full of determination, dreamed of a world where humans and yokai lived separately, saving the world from fires and destruction. Miri was skeptical of such an idea, believing in the king, but fearing that peace was a fragile illusion that could break apart at any moment. Even Steve's closest friend thought her dream was unrealistic, but he was willing to risk everything to bring this world closer. Miri had no intention of giving in. Her will was iron, even if her rival was a princess from the palace. Steve felt a mixture of fear and hope in his chest. A storm before a fight that could change everything, with no chance of escape. The princess warned their fight could end bitterly because the king was preparing anger and trials that threatened both of them. She wanted to finish everything quickly before any of them became victims of the endless wars and lost their power. She didn't know who was the strongest among the participants, but she felt in Steve a dream that should either be broken or supported. The princess suggested holding the fight in an empty palace, without spectators, where only strength and will would remain, without words and regrets. She warned that if she died or lost, it would not be because of Steve, but she was ready to accept any outcome of the fight. In the tension of the battle, Steve realized that in front of him was not just an enemy, but a fiery spirit that would not show itself even in death. The battle broke out with lightning speed. The movements were fast, the blows were crushing, and the magical power tore apart the space around. Blood and sweat flowed, and the princess rose from every fall, her will stronger than any wound. Steve knew that the yokai would not be destroyed so easily. He dealt each blow as if it were his last, as if it were the fight of his life. Even Miri's amazing regeneration did not remove the terrible consequences, especially from blows that damaged the brain, the source of strength. The trembling in her head preceded the fatal blow that could destroy everything that was left in the princess. Every cell felt it. He had no idea that the new goblin bat technique was once a secret of ghost hunters and had long since sunk into oblivion. Having used it, Steve was surprised. He had completely conquered his rival. This was her inevitable end. The East Sea Palace rose above the stormy waves like a precious pearl in the morning mist. General Becca stepped onto the cold marble, determined without instructions. A loyal guard of the Dragon Palace, he hid from the palace intrigues like a shadow, silently gliding between the hidden corners of royal secrets. The general knew that his presence was a challenge to the system. He tried to break through with words, but the proud king remained closed to dialogue. The monarch, exhausted by the heavy throne, sought oblivion in the sip of a strong drink, moving away from the turmoil and palace conspiracies. His sharp words cut through the air like a blade, the violation of personal space becoming an insult and a threat to the fragile alliance between them. The echo of their voices filled the empty halls, as if calling for guards who could intervene in this dangerous game at any moment. Becca's words burned like the heat of a fire. The tournament that would decide the fate of the throne could not be postponed for the sake of empty ceremonies and celebrations. The secret of the struggle for the hand of Miri, the general's niece, is known to everyone, and it could not leave anyone in the palace indifferent. The general's anger blazed in his eyes, and the birds seemed to laugh at his stubborn determination, which seemed unshakable. A shadow of doubt momentarily touched the king's face, but he firmly rejected it. Changes were already inevitable. The old laws must become a thing of the past. He couldn't make a decision just for the sake of the festival. It was a battle for the future, where the fate of the throne belonged to Mira. Begj demanded to give the girl a chance to show her strength. Truth and honor are stronger than palace games and empty promises. The king recalled his youth. The palace seemed cramped and suffocating to him, and his return to the world brought wounds and disappointment. Dragon's blood was an invisible and powerful force. There were no terrifying features in the world, but its union with the human world was strange and strong. Marriage with an earthling was supposed to bring balance and tame the fire in the heart of the princess burning outside the palace. This was not a simple policy, the key to a new kingdom where Mira could become a true owner of dragons. The unification of the worlds, dragons and humans, promised a new force that would change the course of history and raise the dynasty to the top. The king, tired of intrigues, was ready to forgive doubts. He saw a brother in the general, but the forgiveness was bitter and one-time. When he tried to raise the topic, the king's voice became cold. Even blood could not remove the weight of the royal will. Most believed in the victory of the first prince, but the king stood his ground. He did not consider him even close to worthy. Crime and prison did not give him the right to the throne. The kingdom demanded more than birth and title. Comparing himself to his brother, the king felt proud. He had a gift that could either bestow or destroy the family forever. Suddenly, Lady Gu broke the silence of the palace, bringing an order to Mira like a storm that could tear apart the usual order and order. In the depths of the palace, magic intertwined with reality. The goblin rope gave strength to its owner, who conquered the yokai. Steve, the owner of brute force, could curb any threat. The palace became his fortress, and the guards, an impenetrable wall. But Miri's spirit was elusive. Her will blazed with a bright flame that did not go out even under pressure. Steve felt in her the power of a blue dragon who controls the elements, causes thunderstorms and storms, and gives incredible strength. But the real Dragon King possessed the most powerful energy, indestructible, keeping the world in a fragile balance. Their strength was one, blood and magic, fused forever, invincible together, like the elements that cannot be separated by force or death. At this time, the princess, with fire in her eyes, promised to open a new page in this dangerous game of power. causing everyone to worry. The energy of the yokai was not in quantity, but in purity. Their power was deadly even without magic, like an invisible weapon. Dragons are born with their own power. It is the breath of nature, a combination of purity and power that lives in the blood. The princess felt that she had crossed the line of what was permitted, plunging into a world where magic and power were intertwined into an inextricable knot. This energy symbolized the burden of power over the seas, a burden that broke more than one who took it up without fear and respect. Steve stood bleeding, wounded but unwavering, admitting his mistakes in the foolish actions that led to his downfall. Celine, with bitterness in her eyes, looked at the faded hopes that left behind only despondency and despair. Celine saw how the mind and body were destroyed in the human world, but she was ready to restore order after the chaos and senseless battles. She knew that Steve's pure intentions only increased the suffering of the innocent and the loss of loved ones and friends. Celine felt that Steve's home had been broken by betrayals and deals, leaving it lost in the struggle for the future. The question of the future hung in the air, whether Steve would be able to rise again and who would take over the reins. Celine made Steve wake up and prove that he is a warrior who fights until his last breath and will not break. The princess watched in silence. He was broken, but alive, and his strength had not yet died out, like a fire that never died down. She marveled at his fortitude and encouraged him to continue fighting, no matter how long this endless battle lasted. Steve responded with determination. He did not give up. He was ready to fight to the last, remaining a warrior to the end. Steve and Miri whirled in a deadly dance, where every blow left wounds and their souls merged into a burning whirlwind of magic, filled with pain and passion. The magical streams hovered in the air, creating explosions of light, blazing with sparks, rising to the stars, as if illuminating the very essence of the battle. They moved in balance, the blows flying like lightning, freezing space and keeping every breath in tension until the last moment. Steve was trapped, with no chance to escape the pain, and his strength was slowly fading away like snow under the hot sun, leaving only despair. The treatment kept him on the edge, a thin thread between life and death that kept him from falling into the abyss of eternal sleep, hanging over it. Who controls the battle is a mystery in the power of the blows that tear through space, like thunder resounding in the silence of the night, leaving no chance for retreat. The magical auras intertwined, creating a symphony of power, a silent witness to the unyielding will of enemies who were not used to giving in. Steve and Miri spun, every blow a wound, their souls burning with magic, filled with pain and passion. They fought like fire and ice, where every blow tore body and soul into pieces. The blow flew with the force of lightning, tearing through the air, leaving pain and blood in its path. The weapon struck with furious force, leaving deep wounds and traces of burning magic. Magic burst from his hands, blazing with a searing fire that burned not only the body, but also the soul. Miri remembered the lesson with the goblin bat, the jokes that had become a brand, holding her captive to a determination without the right to retreat. She clutched a tiny ball in her palms, the embryo of dragon jade, which would burst forth at any second like a thundercloud. A magical bomb powered by chi, avoiding the weakness of sorcerers and destroying defense. Even with the energy shield, the explosion is deadly. A forbidden move, a sin that can destroy everything around it if used unnecessarily. For Miri, standing against the strongest, this is the last trump card, the last hope, leaving no chance for escape. She fought with lust and strength, the heir to the dragon throne, challenging her destiny without fear or doubt. Her diligence attracted the best teachers and the most ardent enemies of the palace, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation around her. Despite the strict restrictions, her power was rarely noticed. She was a shadow that everyone avoided, not understanding her true power. A thirst blazed inside, squeezing the heart, capturing the mind and replacing fear with an invisible force of will. Decades of struggle began to recede. For the first time, she felt a fragile calm amid the storm of her own war. Despair and fear disappeared, giving way to the desire to live and fight until the last breath, no matter what. Steve's body was exhausted, barely able to stand on his feet, but the life force of magic supported him like an invisible cloak. Beyond the mind, a fire of will blazed, a mad force that broke the limits of the possible, freeing him from the shackles of fear. For the first time, Miri felt both fear and delight. The enemy who challenged her awakened in her a strange thrill of life. Reality turned out to be harsher than she thought, but the princess was not going to give in or retreat. She understood. This struggle is her choice, and the thirst for power is eternal, although too harsh for the fragile world. The king watched calmly, hiding his doubts about whether he would ever see the grandchildren who would continue his dynasty. Although this question was secondary, the desire to leave a mark on the future burned within him more than anything else. The blade cut through Mira, and the moment froze, like a comet's flash, tearing apart the darkness of the night, leaving behind a trail of pain and despair. The king saw the half-goblin and could not understand. Was he facing an enemy of flesh and blood, or a ghost challenging his family? His words cut through the silence like an icy blade, and doubt tormented his heart like a slowly eroding poison. He was the one who left a chip in his daughter's most precious pearl. Blood flowed from his daughter, and horror flashed in the king's eyes, breaking against the wall of silent pride. Miri, proud and embittered, lay motionless, thanking her father with her silence, as if for his last dance in the storm. Steve, exhausted and wounded, could not control the rage that seethed inside him like the shadow of an unknown fear. The king stopped the duel, and his voice, sharp as a blade, said, "The real enemy still lurks behind the curtain of the horizon." To Steve, the figure of the king seemed like an ancient demon rising from the ashes of forgotten blood. The king wondered if his bony greatness was really so terrible that it engendered fear in hearts like a curse. But the general flared up with a furious rage, rushing forward like a beast that had broken free from the chain of past defeats. The king dismissively threw it aside, and the words that came out of his mouth stung with cold, like a frosty wind from the mountains. At that moment, the general was burned from the middle, and even his charred body was ablaze with stubbornness that knew no bounds. The 1,000-year-old king was amazed. This half-goblin had pierced the scales of pride that had once broken entire dynasties. The king, catching the enemy's gaze, recognized that his power was deeper than the sword, like a shadow cutting through the darkness. The king remembered his own thirst for battle, but he realized with bitterness that he had never possessed such selflessness. With his sword drawn, his heart cold, he rushed forward, accepting the challenge like the call of an old oath. He saw that Steve wasn't just holding the weapon. He was intertwining it with his own bones, making it a part of himself. Every movement he made tore at his flesh. But Steve chose this pain to stand until the end, even on the threshold of death. The king saw in his eyes not play or arrogance, but despair, bursting out like a black dragon. Having ordered to take care of Mira, the king calmly calmed everyone down. His daughter was alive, only exhausted, still breathing. Steve held the last blow, and thanks to this, her heart and lungs were spared a fatal wound. The king looked at Steve as if he were a seedling that would one day grow into a son-in-law for his house. His heart swung between anxiety and hope. Would this young man be able to become a support for his daughter? Somewhere beyond the winds of the eastern sea, the Dragon Palace held its breath, waiting at the door of the healing hall. John knew it was a lie to complain about his father's death, because it was the first time he had tasted freedom. He didn't care about his father's ghosts. He had lost even to himself, lost in loneliness. The legacy left behind was a dilapidated throne of bones and shadows, woven from empty names. He was beaten for someone else's book, but he accepted the pain silently. Sometimes it's easier than looking for excuses. John was silent, protecting someone else, because sometimes silence is stronger than 1,000 screams. Even in his broken body, pride burned. His tears were like a shield built for another heart. Uncle reproached. Father remained father, no matter how you look at it. But what does this title mean in a world where descendants could grow up to be gods or turn into trouble? Legends whispered that his blood could have healed the world if he had been born before the darkness. His aunts believed that he would become a god, but the young man knew that even then he would remain a shadow of someone else's glory. The uncle fell silent, and the young man felt that silence hurt more deeply than any curses or screams. Everything seemed in vain. Uncle only threw that it was not him who was a pity, but John himself, because he still held on to the faith. Between these short words, the truth was born. Bitter, like cursed blood. He noticed a dark stain on his uncle's clothes, like a scar from a memory that time could not wash away. Uncle said, "Hatred is worthless," because father was broken by his own demons of power. He sought power not for his family, but out of empty fear that ate him up from the inside. But when he reached the top, he realized even this was not enough, and this thirst was killing him every day. His uncle spoke of purification as a ritual. Wash away the blood, and there will be emptiness. But the boy knew his father's wounds were too deep for forgiveness. He decided that even when he grew up, he would not forgive. The price of blood and broken hearts was too high, especially for his mother, broken by pride. He remembered the night of his fall, his father's anger, someone else's pain, and the trap his father had set himself. The thought that it was impossible to forgive left an emptiness in the heart, bitter as ash. The king reminded his wounded daughter, "First you have to take care of others, even when you yourself are burning." The young man heard the title of the Dragon King, and something inside him trembled from this greatness. They advised him to rest, but behind the king's calm smile, there was a shadow of fatigue and forgotten battles. Mia admired the way Steve tirelessly cared for Celine's treatment, as if driving away the ghosts of death with his calm gaze. She thanked John for his support, but he just shrugged. He had a debt to Steve, and he perceived it as his own debt. Mia asked how the boy had passed the rigorous preliminary selection of the tournament, where fate competed with the strength of each of the participants. He replied with a smile that there were victories, and the details of the selection remained under the shadow of secrecy for now. Next, Mia came across James. Despite his wounds, his body was healing amazingly quickly, as if someone else's magic was living in him. But the bandaged man looked eerily like Steve, and the resemblance raised more questions than it answered. James and Steve began talking about the dark spirits that had crossed their path in battle, leaving behind a trail of cold and gloom. After all, the guy's wrist healed slowly, and this strange delay in healing alarmed even experienced warriors. James was able to sense the aura of his enemies by reading their shadows, but this time there was something alien and unnatural coming from his opponents. And the opponents themselves seemed filled with furious anger, like creatures who had lost the remnants of their souls. As they tore James's arm away, their power grew, as if they were drinking in his suffering, saturating themselves with pain and despair. This should have been reported immediately, but in the world of dragons there were laws that did not allow secrets to be revealed. James remembered hearing the list of rivals and being dumbfounded. Among them were the names of long-dead people, a mask of alien faces. So Steve came up with another name for himself, to have a chance to hide from the eyes of those looking for his true identity. But even with other people's names, it was difficult to get into the Dragon Palace. Someone had to help them from the inside. Without a doubt, there were those here who betrayed, playing with dark spirits, not out of faith, but out of a thirst for power. It all seemed like someone else's game, whose web was tightening, and the way back from the palace could become a trap. In the end, the names of those who reached the final of the tournament were announced, becoming guests of honor in the eyes of the court. But a threat was already looming over the palace. Hungry monsters were waiting for a chance to tear and devour without regret. After the fight, her strength should have been restored, but Madeira, diving into a hot pool, managed to cool it down instantly. This cold seemed not accidental, because thirst was eating away at her insides, forcing her to strive for fresh flesh. She remembered James's hand with a strange pleasure. Its taste seemed like the best of forbidden gifts. But then, unable to contain her hunger, Madere began to tear apart her own body, swallowing the fragments of herself. The monsters were already making plans for a rebellion inside the palace, and there were only a few minutes left before the outbreak of chaos.